may have it. Okay, we can now have a seat. I tend to forget we are part of a community. So that was the East African anthem, for those that didn't know. So we are getting right into it. I hope everyone else is as excited as I am. When we have platforms created to discuss such important issues, we should be excited, shouldn't we? So let's fix those faces and put on the game faces. We have global champions here. We have national champions bringing exceptional topics here, and I cannot wait to put you on the spot. We'll go straight for our welcome remarks. Of course, we'll welcome our host, Javan Mukundane, the CEO of Springtech. Please welcome him to give us our welcoming remarks with a hand of applause. Javan. As a good host, he's making sure that everything is in order for you before he can get you comfortable in his living room. But while we wait for Javan, a little thing about Springtech. Springtech is approximately 9 years old, one of the country's leading suppliers for smart technology for irrigation in the country, and they are making a difference across the nation. We are talking about over 4 branches countrywide, and I think that is something they deserve a hand of applause for that. I work NTV's Seeds of Gold show. I have met farmers, and one of the biggest issues is that irrigation. We have a lot of dry corridors in the country, in the west, in the north, not in the east, because we are the favorites of God. But you get the gist. And we need to make changes. We have things that we need to get fixed for these farmers. They are the backbone of the country, are they not? They are feeding the nation. They are making it rich, I hope. So this is a good platform that Springtech has created, and for that I would say thank you, Springtech. So Javan, please do come and welcome your guests so we can get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, Javan Mukundane.
Thank you, Sheila, for that introduction. Is everybody excited today? Yes. Anybody excited today? Yes. Yeah. I can feel it. One more last time. Anybody excited today? Yes. That's much better. Good morning. Yeah, I would like to welcome you to this inaugural event of Greendrops Summit. I'll briefly talk about the Greendrops Summit that we have just introduced in Uganda. It's first of a kind, and this year we are very excited to have Rainbird International from the USA. Rainbird, you can, just by show of hands, and we'll talk about what Rainbird is, what they are doing in globally in the USA and in the Middle East and right here in Africa. I'll talk about what Springtech does in Africa, the partners, and you, our consultants, irrigation experts, landscapers. It's a pleasure once again to have you here in this room today to share experiences of what's happening in the sector, how we can grow, how we can improve ourselves as a nation and as Africans, and how we can benchmark from the global leaders in the industry to bring new technologies to the Ugandan and African context. I hope by the end of today, everybody will be excited. The engineers will go back to the ground design. The landscapers will do amazing works, and we will have a cleaner and a safer Uganda and Africa at large. I will introduce Springtech. We've been over 8 years in the market. We do irrigation and water systems. Partner with Rainbird International. Rainbird is a company founded in the USA since the agriculture boom. I don't know who understands the agriculture boom in 1933. Most of you are not born, is it? I was the only one born, right? Yeah, but the company was founded and is the global leader of smart irrigation. We'll have a demo outside in the middle, in between of this presentation. Please feel at home, catch some breath, talk, and let us share experiences. All right. Springtech was formed with a vision. That is in 2017 to be an international benchmark of water and energy solutions in African communities. That's why we say international, and we partner with the biggest brands in the world to make sure we achieve the international dream just right here in Uganda, and we compare ourselves to the international standards. I will introduce the team. It will be unwise of me to start talking before I introduce the team that brings all this to light and that makes things happen, that is in the field, that interacts with you 100% of the time. Team, if you can briefly stand up for recognition. We have Philesian Tumulami, who is in the commercial section, commercial director. There he is behind. He's one of the irrigation engineers, the first of their kind to ever grace the African soil, is it? Yeah? We have Pidson Abaho. I don't see, there he is, a mechanical engineer by profession, and he runs around to make sure things are happening on the ground. The Springtech team, I don't see you around. Just stand up, and the engineers are all right, they're just there right behind. Those are some of the team that we work with. All the four are ladies. We champion ladies in the engineering field. Shine, she's there, Victor, Marina, and Patricia. And most of them are engineers. So it shows you how far we are going with women revolution in the engineering sector. Yeah. And I always joke around that we're the only organization who have over 60% women in the field of engineering, right? Yeah. She's smiling, yeah. So we are championing women as a leader in this innovative industry. All right, these are our core services. I said we do landscape irrigation, both landscape and agriculture. We are into water pumping, solar, hose, and generator backups for the solutions that we offer. These are our milestones. We were founded in 2017, right here in Uganda, and we operate through all those branches in Bara, Gulu, and downtown Kampala. So we are sort of a regional organization that wants to be closer to you, consultants, clients, and contractors. In 1933, 1 year after I was born, I hope that's not true. Yeah. And the world's manufacturer of a wide range of products, especially in irrigation and agriculture and landscape. And these are smart products that you have to operate just right in the comfort of your home. You could be in Nairobi, in Dubai, and still run your irrigation efficiently without having to be on the ground. We'll see that as the sort of training goes on with our experts today. We have different partners that we partner with around the world. And these are global brands, these are global manufacturers that are bringing the vision from the USA. And we have over other 10 partners. I would like to talk about Innovex. I don't know the Ugandan people, if you've seen Innovex. Innovex is a champion in digital solutions. They are manufacturing controllers for our pumps. Right here in Uganda, and they are exporting them throughout the world. They will show you how they are able to monitor parameters on the pumps, even up to detecting leakages and losses. Also, when the pump is in a state of failure, you can get a notification. Even before the pump fails, they say, look here, you have issue A, B, and C, and you need to sort it out before you have a downtime. And this is done in Uganda, in Namamve. We are partnering with them on those. You don't want to throw water outside the pavement, in someone's hotel room when you're irrigating. You need precise. The rotor, the sprinkler must be when you're irrigating. You need precise. The rotor, the sprinkler must be precise to throw water where you command it to throw. And these are sort of the solutions that we are offering. Aesthetics with environmental impact, we all love beauty, is it? I don't know, for the ladies, you had makeup in the morning. So we need to beautify our spaces, especially for the landscape architects that are in this room. We are introducing solutions that blend technology with sustainability. And one of our core values is sustainability. The solutions must be able to blend the two. I wanted to introduce a concept to you that is called LEAD. I don't know how many of you have found out this concept. It is being used globally. It's just leadership in energy and environmental design. This is where your projects that you design must be certified by LEED. And when they are found to be environmentally compliant, you earn points and you get paid for that. Did you know that? Who of you understands that concept? So it is, Rainbird there you go. So it's a concept where you don't waste. You have a clean space. You have irrigation systems that give you precise and save water. When they save water, you're able to onboard on that sort of platform, and you earn points just like carbon credits. This is the concept that landscape architects and all engineers should embrace. We design the systems, and we find that if you reduce water use by at least 30% from the calculated baseline, in terms of your choice of irrigation selection, your scheduling, then you qualify to earn points. And this was started in the USA, but it is in over 180 countries in the world, Uganda inclusive. I got information that we have not, except a few hotels here, are on this LEAD program. So we want to see it being championed by the landscape architects and engineers to make sure that our projects can earn money by proper design. What do we aim to achieve today? We want to look at the products today and the solutions and how we can combine them, how we can assist you to have designs into your project. We'll talk about design principles and integration, and we want to build a network of certified certified landscapers and engineers who are able to design proper irrigation systems. So this is not about the product knowledge. It's about empowering you with the right partnership and tools. We want to give you tools and empower you so when you go out in the market, you're able to design and exercise and install and maintain proper irrigation systems that are world-class and international. We'll look at the landscape irrigation product line. This will be tackled by Rainbird shortly after my presentation. These are the innovations where you use your smartphone to be able to control irrigation systems, know when it has rained. This system is smart enough to know when it has rained, and it will suspend the irrigation. And this is done by a simple weather station. So you don't have to ask your kids, when you're in the villages, please go and turn off the irrigation. No. Then the kid goes in rainfall, moving around, comes when they are wet. If you're in a home, you don't have to waste that much needed resource because the system can do all that for you by just using a simple Wi-Fi, and good enough everybody is onboarded on the smartphone. We have somebody from Suma here, John, the engineer. And this is where African stars will be born. I know we have quite a number of infrastructure projects happening in the country, including Hoima Stadium, Akibua Stadium, a number of training pitches. And with Rainbird, we are able to irrigate these pitches, and superstars are born on those grounds. If those pitches and lawns are not irrigated and they are dry, people like, it's called who? Mo Salah, wouldn't be playing proper football, is it? You wouldn't even know him. So it's important that we put these concepts into these projects. And I'm happy to say that we are partnering with SUMA to deliver a state-of-the-art irrigation at Hoima Stadium that will ensure the stadium is all green throughout the year, despite of rainfall fluctuation. What can we promise to you? We'll promise you our continued support. We'll help you design. Our engineers are right on the table. You have any inquiry, they will help you design the system. They will put in the drawings and show you where the areas that need to be irrigated precisely and advise you on the best product to use. Access to our design tools. Rainbird is very rich, and after here we'll register most of you. Knowledge is king. Information is power. And without you in the room, all various customers cannot achieve their dream. You are the eyes of the client. You actually are designed by people in this room. So when we have that sort of international thinking and making sure that we have smart and greener areas, then we can help the country. And we'll offer you with transparent pricing and schedules. So we offer dependable support on most of our products and solutions, and we'll make sure we go over and above to assist you. This is our promise to you. We have enough stocking in our central warehouse in Namuongo, where we stock in all ranges of Rainbird products, which you can easily get at your fingertips. So if you're talking to your clients, if you're designing, you know you are heavily supported by an international brand. Let's shape greener spaces together. I would say, let's get started. Thank you.
Not many can say they've achieved that much in just 9 years. Very impressive, Javan and your team. You deserve a round of applause. And thank you so much for the reminder that we need these smart technologies for our better futures, because these greener spaces do secure our futures. So up next, before I go to the next thing, I need you to know that you're very important. Everybody here is very, very important. Whether you're from government, whether you're private sector, no matter where you're from, you're very important. The next session, manned by Rainbird, USA, needs you. So Rainbird is going to come forward, led by Mr. Fadi. They're leaders in intelligent irrigation systems, and their solutions are used across the world. So who better to partner with than you? You're very welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I love to see you all here. And it's the first time for me in Uganda, and it's an impressive visit to know, to meet some of you, to speak to them in person, and definitely it's my pleasure to speak all of you during this event and even after this event. Actually, I would like to thank also Javan and our partner here, Springtech, for giving us this opportunity to introduce ourselves to you. And the most important thing that we need to highlight here today is why we need to use irrigation system in general. Today, you might have maybe it's a rainy weather, or it's a rainy weather most of the year here in those countries. That's why we need to go for irrigation system, wide range of products and solutions, starting from small scale projects to the largest scale projects. So we are talking about a country scale projects. Yes, we do have a solutions for all. So I'll move. And Rainbird today, we have more than 450 patented products, and we are producing more than 4,000 products in houses with the different facilities that we have in USA, Mexico, and recently we acquired one of the big manufacturing of agricultural products in Jordan. So now we do have an Rainbird Jordan as well. So I'm not going to take that much time from you. This is, as I said, we have more than 450 patented products, producing more than, you know what does it mean? 4,000 products, we produce it in-house. We control the quality. This is our, why we are strong, why we are here in 92 years. We focus to deliver the best product quality that is durable for our customers. And we keep our development and research continuous to develop whatever we have technologies today, because the irrigation systems is important for all of us. So I'll go quickly just to give you a brief about irrigation controllers in concept in general. So not this slide. So the first generation, I call it first generation, which is used till date. This is a multi-wiring controller. Why we use it? Today we have a multiple type of plantation. We have multiple irrigation. We have drip system. We have sprinklers. We have emitters. We have everything in our garden or even inside our farm, wherever we have an irrigation system. So we need to control it. Today you are controlling manually in most of the cases. Why we need to move to automatic irrigation system? The most important part of automatic irrigation system, we need to deliver adequate amount for the plants in a certain time. If the plant requires to have a 10 liter, you need to give it 10 liter, not less, not more. If you are giving more, you are wasting the water. If you are giving less, you are killing the plant. So we need to give adequate amount of water in a limited time. So that's why the need of having an automatic irrigation system. This will save us a lot, believe me. With the manual irrigation system, what you will pay? You will pay for the labors, you will pay for the people, for the operation. But with the automatic irrigation system, you don't need to. The controller with the valve will take the lead. One more thing, in case you need to deliver adequate amount manually. So you can imagine that you have 10 zones or 10 areas that you need to irrigate. In irrigation, we call it that you need to have one valve for each. So one labor, he need to open each valve, let's say 30 minutes. So he has to go there to open the valve, 30 minutes, then to go. Do you think he will watch his watch, the timing? No. What if you have more than 10? What you will do? How you will save your investment in the landscape or even inside your farm? That's why the need of the controllers. So the first generation was, we call it the traditional system or a multi-wiring system, where you need to have an, does it have a pointer? Oh, lovely. Okay, here is the controller, this is the control panel, and here is our solenoid valves. This is the electric solenoid valves. So we need to have a wire from the controller to each solenoid valve. And we need to have two wires. One wire to provide the power to the valve, the second wire to provide the signal. So we need to tell the valve to open. So the valve to open needs power. So we will deliver the power. When to tell the valve to open with the second wire to send the signal, open now. The valve will open. Then we'll get another signal, shut down. It will shut down. This is how it works. as simple as it is. But when we are talking about this generation, the first generation, in case we are talking about projects with a small scale, this means there is an limitations for this controller. You can connect up to 48 stations, only 48 solenoid valves. What if you have large scale projects, or you have maybe 30 valves, but it's a long distances? So there is a limitation with this controller that you cannot go more than a certain limit of distances. So there is a limitations. So from this idea, so we came up with the second one, because we need to connect more valves. So we came up with, this was invented also by Rainbird, by the way. We came up with a solution that you need only 2 cables instead of having multi-wiring. You can imagine with the previous one, we need 48 valves. This means we need 48 cables plus 1 power. So we need 49 cables. You know how much bunch of cables that you need to have it. For the maintenance and operation, it's not easy to maintain it. And even for the installation cost and everything. So that's why we moved to, since 20 years, it's been introduced that 2-wire irrigation system, 2-wire decoder. You need to have only 2 cables. Again, it will give power and signal. But you will connect with each valve. I will show you in the next slides, I will show you how to do the connection. So with this control system, which is available not only with Rainbird, it's available with most of the manufacturers nowadays, but it's not a new technology. So it has also limitations. Just to go into deep technical details, I would like to highlight only one thing. You might be, some of you are electrical engineers, so they know much better even than me. The first and second generation, the coil of the valve, it's an AC coil, the active current coil. How does it work? The power, there is a plunger inside this coil. So how it's open or close? This plunger will pop up inside the coil. And there is a magnetic field that you need to create it by the power when you give it to this coil. Then the plunger will open, the valve will open, the water will run through. Once you cut the power, this means you eliminated the magnetic field which was created inside the coil. Then the plunger will go back to original position, then the valve closed, then the water will shut down. This is for the first and second generation. It's an AC coil. So when we move to the third one, which is also 2-wire system, but you can connect direct to the valves. I will show in the next slide how does it, what does it mean to connect to direct to the valve. But this one, it's a DC coil. What does it mean, DC? You don't need a continuous power to create a magnetic field during the operation. You can imagine that in case if you need to run the valve for 1 hour. So continuous power should come to the coil 1 hour to keep this plunger up. But in the third generation, which has been introduced 6 years ago, all over the world, but we were able to start selling after COVID. That was in 2021. So for this system, it's a DC coil. DC coil, you need to send the power, a pulse, then there is no magnetic field. It's a different concept. So the plunger will top up. Then it will not go back to the position until it gets another pulse to shut down. So less power. And even it will not be overheated. This means comparing the AC to the DC coils, it's 10 times life longer than the normal AC. This means also with the distance that you need to go in case you are planting in a streetscape. and you are going to use a controller with an 6 kilometer length of this road, you can go with one controller of the third generation with the same cable which you used to have in the second generation. But with the second generation, you can go up to 2 kilometers. But with this one, you can go up to 6 kilometers with no worries. Do you have, please, feel free, I'm talking too much. So feel free to stop me at any point. Because sometimes I forget myself, huh? Keep talking. So here is the traditional controller, just quickly. Those are the valves. This is how we do the connection. We need, this cable is the power cable that we need to connect to all. And then we need to connect, this is the master valve, which is associated with the pump. And this is the flow sensor, in case we need to measure the flow. And this is our valves. And from those valves, where you can, maybe you will have one for grass, one for shrubs and ground cover, or whatever was the type of plantation that you have. This is how we do the connection. Inside the controller, you will see those symptoms like MV master valve, SEM sensor. This is it's common in most of the controllers. C, this is the common cable, and then you will see numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one, it's traditional, you can go up to 48. You might have in the smaller controller up to 4, but you will have those numbers. Those are standards. So you need to connect a signal cable to each valve. And there is one more important thing about this system. This is one-way communication system. What does it mean? Anyone knows? Any suggestions? Okay. This system is sending signal, as we said, to each valve. But the valve is not able to respond back, whether it's open or stuck, closed. There is no response back. It's like a soldier with the army. It's getting orders, but he cannot speak up. This is what do we mean by one-way communication. Okay, I'll go quickly with the second. Where is the second one? This is for the ESP. Now, this is another type of controllers for the multi-wiring, since we are talking about traditional controllers. This is, I think, most of you are familiar with this type of controller, ESPM E3. This is multi-wiring system that you can go up to 22 stations. The same concept of the first generation, but as you can see, just one thing I would like to highlight. If you see the theme of this controller, this is the generation of this model. It was like this, and now it becomes like this. If we go back here, look at the controller, the theme. We are trying just to have one theme for all of our controllers, regardless if it's first, second, third generation, just to have it all in one theme. Why? To make it simple for our customers to identify and to program it. So you don't need to be expert in every model. One model, you learn how to program it, that's it. So this controller, I love about this controller in small scale projects that it has an flow sensor capability. You can connect a flow sensor to this controller. You can watch from your mobile. You will know exactly how much water you are consuming every time you run the irrigation. What if you have a broken pipe under the ground, in the lateral or in the main? What you will do? How you will know? You will know only when the ground there or there is a settlement happened in that area. Otherwise, you will not know, or you will find the water sweeping on the tube. then you will know there is a leakage over there. But with this controller, with the flow sensing technology, that you can get it immediately. And if it's connected to Wi-Fi, you will get it on your mobile immediately, that you can watch it. And this controller, which is installed outside, you will see it in the demo. This is a smaller version, which is available for 6/8 station. When I keep saying station, means solenoid valve. So this one also, it has, even look about the theme. It's the same theme. So you will be able to program all. This one I will not speak more about because you will see outside then live. The RC2. This is our new controller, traditional controller. You can go up to 8 station, as you can see. This one does not have a screen, but it has a built-in Wi-Fi. The first generation been introduced in 1980. I wish if I have some pictures for that one. And this is the second generation, which was introduced just a few years ago, 2-3 years ago. This controller does not have a screen. Why? Because it does have a Wi-Fi built in. So simply connect your valves, take the common cable, the power cable, and the signal cable to each valve, plug the power, close the panel of the controller, open your mobile. From your mobile, you can control it, you can program it, you can do whatever you want from your mobile only. Why do we need, why today we do have this model and we do have this TM2. We do have two models because sometimes maybe the farmers doesn't want to have to use their mobiles because we are producing for international market. It's not dedicated for a certain market. So I don't know which one will work for you here in this country, but I think you will have an opportunity for both. That's why I have to introduce both for you. And you can choose which one is suitable for you. So this is the RC2. And this is a flow sensor, which I told you about that you can connect with the ESP ME3 controller, that you can control and you can watch the flow from your mobile. Questions? So I can understand no questions, so everything is clear, or no questions, we knows nothing. Oh, it's good question. Yes, tell me. Any mic?
We'll have to move with these.
Okay, thank you very much, Abu, and for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And I plan farms, so many farms around. So I don't know if maybe we shall see it later, but I have so many questions, but maybe the major one is, do these sensors also measure the in the soil? You had mentioned earlier that it can detect the weather. I think it was Javan who mentioned that it has rained, or now it is not raining, so maybe the irrigation can get onto there. But there are particular soils which keep water longer. So maybe it may not have rained, but it is still wet and damp. And so if the sensor gets on, we shall get too much water that the plant doesn't need. So just to highlight, does the sensor know the current water in the soil, or there's another way out? Thank you.
Yeah, it's
and another thing, there's also this, is the sensor specific to a few emitters like drip, or it can also do for sprinklers overhead?
I will answer you.
Fadi, If it's okay, we'll take a number of questions, about 3 more, then you can answer them at once. Yes.
Okay. So this is the first. It was about weather.
Okay, while the technical team fixes those, any more questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Questions?
Good morning, everyone. I would love to thank Mr. Abu for the presentation. My question refers to the Wi-Fi cellular network in Uganda, some areas, especially
No, if
the
you can keep it clear.
oh,
Yeah.
sorry, especially the rural areas where we are targeting, the cellular network isn't that good, off like for mobile devices. So the Wi-Fi, how is it going to work in mostly the rural areas where the cellular network is not nice?
Okay, good question.
Fixing African problems the African way. Any more? Just a couple more? We're good? The rest of us are good? I think we should work
Okay.
with those.
So the first question, that was your concern about the weather sensors. See, we do have weather sensors that you can connect to the controller, okay? And you can tell, and it has an rain sensor, and it has certain clicks that you can decide that if it's 3 millimeter rain, then stop the irrigation, or if it's 6 or 9 millimeter, stop. And there is an option inside the controller that you can delay the irrigation for up to 14 days. You can decide that one. We do have a smart system. You don't need to do anything. You will activate the weather data, the global weather data, and our center control system will decide when to continue the irrigation, because it will calculate the evapotranspiration rate. This is the ET. It's ET based center control system where you can activate this, and it's free for charge. It's free of charge, this feature. Yeah. And one more thing for the sensors. I think you asked about sensors, right? Flow sensors. For in case you need to control at different sites, it depends on which sites is it, what available there, and this is connected to the second question. In case you do have a Wi-Fi over there, then the small controller, which is the 4, 6, 8 station and the 22 station, that will work for you. If we are talking about a site where there is no Wi-Fi connection, so how you will control it? We do have an upgraded version, which is the 48 station controller that you can connect with an external modem. We will provide you with a modem. It comes with an international SIM card with the data connection. This one, just you need to have a mobile connection in that site. This is the most important thing. If your mobile catching a signal in that site, then yes, you are ready to go. And you will be connected to our center control system, which is free of charge. And that is the most advanced center control system now, even comparing to other competitors, where you can get many features. Global weather data, flow sensing, flow management, everything that you can get freely from this software. Any questions? Yes.
My question is, you could have traveled out of the country and maybe you've been controlling your system or monitoring it on your mobile phone. But my question is, suppose the reservoir is about to run out of water. Can the sensors not give you a notice that your reservoir is almost getting empty so that you can organize and have maybe some water added into the reservoir?
It's a good question. See, when you connect our controller to the pumping station or to the water tanks, So that's your question, right? In case with this weather sensor or this water level sensor that is inside the tank, once it's clicked, then the controller will give you a notification that you are out of water or the level of water is low in the site. And accordingly, you can program the controller to pause the irrigation until it's filling back again the tank to continue the irrigation. Or you can tell the controller, you know, cancel the irrigation for that day, skip it. You can give the order to the controller. You have multi options for that one. Thank you. How to get in the middle screen? Oh, it's coming here. Okay, the two-wire decoder system, as we said, we need 2 cable only that you can connect up to 200 valves instead of 48, comparing to traditional. But how the system does work? I like to move. So you can hear me. Okay. As you can see here, we have a little product. This, we call it a decoder. What? It's a good idea, thank you. We have this part. This part we call it decoder module. What does it mean? So the controller now sending signal to the valves. When sending the signal to the valves, it will be delivered to all valves. Which valve shall respond? Sends the signal, send to all. So we need to have a module because the controller concept will code. Can I use the normal mic? Or I will use my own voice. You can hear me better? Yes. So with this decoder module, the controller will send a code, and the code will be transferred all over the line. But the idea of having this decoder, this module will decode this code and will know if it's for this valve or this valve or the number 200 valve. So it will respond. How it will respond? It will open. It's like a gate. It will open. It will allow the signal and the power reach to the valve. Then the valve will respond. We do the same connection for any flow sensor or any sensor that's connected to this controller. And we do the connection for the valve. So with every valve or every device in the field, you need to have a decoder. Just count with me. Here you need, this is the wire connector. This is a waterproof wire connector. So you need to have 2 here and 2 here. So you need 4. Just remember, because for the next controller, you will know the difference. And as we said, this controller, it has also limitations. It's a two-way communication system, but not for everything happens in the field. During the operation, yes, you will know which valve got defected. But out of irrigation, you will not know if something happened. Irrigation starts from 6 to 6. After 6 p.m., what will happen to the system, you will not know. If the valve number 2 got defected, you will know only during the operation in the second irrigation cycle. When it reaches to solenoid number 2, then the controller will notify you, oh, see, valve number 2 is not responding. You need to go and to check it. And you need to have this extra device, which is the decoder. And this one, as we said, the most important part is the AC coil. It's not a DC. AC, this means you need a continuous power. Now the continuous power
You will apply it to the decoder and to the coil. And this will shorten the lifespan of those two parts, even though we are providing with this valve with a 5 years warranty. Any questions for this system? So I'll move to the third generation. This is a monster of the irrigation controller all over the world. It's not available with anyone else. And even this invention by Rainbird, as you know, Rainbird we have different verticals in our company. Also, we are specialized in golf courses. So this system been introduced in 2010 in golf courses. So it's a two-wire system because the success story which we have achieved in the golf courses, then our company decided why not to have something similar in the landscape and in the ag field. We can customize it to fit the requirement of the landscape and the farm growers. We can customize this controller. And as per the feedback which we are getting, just for the feedback before I forget, just please, through our website, feel free to add any comment that you find this will help you. Please. Because Rainbird is taking care for every single comment. Why we moved from the golf courses with this system and we have customized to be fit in the landscape and the ag. The most important part, the feedback from the customers. We are not producing because we see as a Rainbird, this is the only solution, take it. No. We are getting feedback from our customers. So that's why we've been in the market since 92 years. Whatever we are producing, maybe it's not suitable for you, but it's suitable for your neighbor. It's suitable for someone else. Whatever you need today, you will get it. What concern you have it today, share it. You will get it. So the IVM controller, it's a DC system. As you can see, even the color of the cable, I made it different. This is black and red. While the previous one, you will see only two lines. Either it's a black or because it's AC. This is DC, it's like a battery. It has a positive and negative ports. This is the same concept. So you need to continue with, if you start with the black, you need to continue with the black. If you start with yellow, you need to continue with yellow. If you start with the blue, you need to continue with the blue. So let us see how the connection happened. See, we don't have any intermediate module in between the controller and the valves. We don't have. Why? Because Rainbird has invented to upgrade the coil of the valve. Most of the manufacturers used to have a nice controller. Every day you have a new version, a new feature in the controller, but the same valve, which was since 40 years in the market introduced. You will have it the same. But Rainbird has invented to upgrade the valve itself, to make it smarter, not only the controller. So now the controller is able to communicate with the valve. Now the valve, you can imagine this DC coil, it's not a normal DC coil. It has three main components. It has a microprocessor, it has a capacitor, and it has a memory. Microprocessor is the brain of the valve, which allows the valve to understand the signal when it comes from the controller, which allows the valve, in case if the cable been damaged here and this valve was in operation, should run for 1 hour. After 30 minutes, something happened in the side. The cable, the main cable, got damaged from here. So what will happen? The microprocessor will sense that it's disconnected from the controller. So It will give the order to the capacitor to shut down the valve. The controller will give you a notification, oh, see, the main cable get damaged. Get fixed. If it connected through Wi-Fi or even through the data modem, you will get SMS on your mobile. What you will do? You will send a team in the field. They will locate the damage. They will fix it. Once it's fixed, solenoid valve number 2 will send a feedback to the controller. Hey, I shut down at 30 minutes. I didn't continue. I'm here now. What if the cable got damaged or anything happened after 6 p.m.? The controller keeps communicating with every device 24/7. Anything happened to the system at any time, the controller will detect. You don't need to run the system to check whether it has any fault or if it's running smoothly. The most important part for this one, you can go up to 240 stations. This means 240 valves you can connect here. It can go up to 6 kilometers in the long distances with one cable only. There is no limitations for the valves like the first or second generation. And all of our controllers, first, second, third, it has the connectivity capability to our center control system, which is simple. See, the idea of having all those models. Why? Just only we need to help you to manage your irrigation. We don't want you to be an expert. Just know the ABC, that's it. Our controller and our center control system, on behalf of you, will take the lead of whatever you have in your site. Most of our clients, for you to know, most of our clients of the sites, they prefer this controller, the IVM. Most of our contractors, the contractor is looking for a cheaper solution, right? Always. He's looking to save money. But believe me, this is the preferred contractor controller. Why? Installation, 2 cables. Just only 4 connectors. That's it. Simple installation, diagnostic and operation. Every contractor has to have specialist irrigation technician in case if you have any defect in your system that you have to call him or you have to send him to investigate. Nowadays, you don't need any expert because the controller is the expert, will give you exactly on the controller itself what's going on. Avometer. This is necessary tool for the electrician. He will go connecting his avometer to check the power in every level wherever you have in your site. Now it's built in inside the controller. Irrigation manual. When you buy the controller from the first time, you will have irrigation manual. Still we are providing. But today you don't need it. Why? Because it's built in inside the controller. Wherever you are in any menu or in any sub-menu, we have an I button, information button. It will give you exactly what's going on. It has a diagnostic tool. This is a smart controller, which you can set in automatic mode and will do everything for you, literally everything, except in case if you have damaged pipe, the controller will not go to fix the damaged pipe. So you need to have your plumbers. Because actually this question, I get it in one of our seminars from one of our customers. He said, oh, we need someone to go to fix the pipe. Oh, come on, okay, send your plumber. No, the controller cannot do? Oh, oh come on. So, just, you remember how many connectors? We had 4 in the decoder. Today we have 2. We have reduced the wire connectors 50% comparing to the decoder system. In the electrical industry, more than 95% of the problems it comes from the connectors. So we have reduced the headache here with this system 50%. Someone maybe will ask, what is this yellow modules? This is similar to that one. No. This yellow module, today I'm connecting a flow sensor. I need to collect data from the flow sensor. So the controller to collect data from the flow sensor, I need to have this IVM SIN, this module. I need to have it. This is moisture sensor. You need to have moisture sensor on your site. It's compatible. We can. And this is for a collection of data as well. So we have variety of options. As you can see, by the way, you can make a combination if you have an existing site. From the traditional decoder and IVM, you can connect all to one center control system. With a center control system, you can manage even the entire Uganda. How many controllers you have? 1,000? 2,000? How many sites you have? 1,000 sites? How many users you need to go under one account? For the client, maybe he is managing 10 sites. He's dealing with the 10 contractors. He needs to have 10 accounts. He can create a master account. And he can create sub-accounts for 10 contractors. He can play with it. He finished with this contractor, he canceled the contract, or the contract been renewed or transferred to another contractor. Simply, he can delete that account, create a new account, free of charge. So he can have the full control. As we said, it's a real two-way communication 24/7 between the controller and between your devices in the field. This is a controller. As I said, you have an information button and the same theme of the traditional controller and even the small controller. You have the same theme, just to make it simple for programming for you. In all our controllers, blue colors means the basic stuff that you need to program. Yellow, you will find it only in the IVM because this is a diagnostic tool. This is the technician that you need inside the controller. This is where you can have it. The green color, this is the advanced feature. This is for the expert. I'm not expert. I have connected my controller and I have connected to my mobile. Yes, you don't need to do anything here. It's much easier to communicate and to program and to automate everything from the center control system. Much easier even than the controller. You have installed the controller in the field, which is far from here, 3 hours. Give the controller and remove this panel, this front panel, remove it. Keep it with you in the office. Give the controller to your team in the site. Let them go, do the wiring, do the programming from here on the panel. Just plug 9-volt battery to this panel, program it, do it, finish, done, give it to your team member and ask him to go and fix it in the site. Just he will go and plug it with the controller. Boom, done. You don't need to travel all the way to the site. If it's connected to our center control system, give the controller as is to him while you are sitting in your office, which is 3 hours far from the site. Do the programming from your account. That's it. This is the most interesting part I will not speak about every slide, but I found this is interesting part. This is for flow management. How does it work with Rainbird? We have a controller, we have a master valve, flow sensor, And we have 4 solenoid valves. Those 4 solenoid valves that we have it's running at the same time. At the first time when you connect all those devices connected to the controller, you will have an option from the controller, we call it Learn Flow. We will activate that feature. The controller automatically will give the order to master valve to open, and to open only solenoid valve number 1. Even if you have 240 stations, this procedure, what will happen? It will open one solenoid valve for 1 minute, or about 2 minutes maximum. It will run the pump. Once the flow is stable, it will capture that actual flow. It will save it. This is automatically happened from the controller. So the controller, after we complete the learn flow, knows exactly how much water required during this period, this running time. You set up these 4 valves to run for 30 minutes. As you can see, it has sprinkler, 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 and you have a drip line, you have drippers. It's a mixture. It's not only one type of irrigation. So the controller knows from the beginning, solenoid valve, just to make it simple, the flow, actual flow, it's 10 liter. It should be during the operation within 1 hour, for 1 hour. So it should be 10 liter, 10 liter, 10 liter, 10 liter. This means 40 liter. So the controller will keep continuous reading, collecting from the flow sensor during the operation. It shows there is an high flow. It's not 40, it's 50. We have breakage in the main line. So the controller, what action will be taken? All this network under the ground. Nothing obvious to us. So the controller will shut down all lateral solenoid valves. This is the normal ABC procedure from the controller. The controller will check the reading. See, the master valve, the pump is still running. We'll check the reading from the flow sensor. If there is a reading, this means I have breakage in the main line. So the controller, what action will be taken? It will show you alarm. It will shut down the master valve. It will send you to your mobile a message. There is a leak in the main line. Everything happened automatically on behalf of you. In case if you want to ask the controller, okay, send me the alarm and tell me what's going on, but don't shut down the system. You have the option. Tell the controller, I don't want alarm. I don't need anything. So don't tell me anything. I will get it by report on a weekly basis. I will know what's going on. You have the full right just to program it as you wish. The second scenario, if the breakage happened after the solenoid valve, what will happen? Now again, it's 50 liter, it's not 40. There is something abnormal. So the controller again will shut down all laterals, all solenoid valve. We'll check the reading from the main line. This is the priority for the main line, because this is the most network where you have a higher flow than the laterals. This is where you need to keep maintaining this one and to be sure that it's running in a good way. So the reading coming back from the flow sensor, 0, means the main line is okay. So it will open only station number 1. It will check. The controller knows it's 10 liter, the flow, the actual flow from the learner flow. If it's 10, then close, then move to station number 2. It's okay, then move to station number 3. Station number 3, no, it's not 10, it's 20. Oh, this is a problematic valve. It will stop? No, it will continue. You might have a multiple leakage, multiple flow leak in different locations. So it will check everything. What action will be taken from the controller if you activate this feature? It will eliminate only that zone, the affected zone. It will show you alarm. It will send you a message. Oh, leak in the valve number 3. But it will keep running your irrigation network automatically. So you don't need to be worried that you will miss the irrigation in that day or in that event when it happens. As I said, you can activate those features, you can deactivate. It's up to you. Any questions? Okay, this is for the flow management. This is something similar. I'll go. This is the center control.
Question?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Fadi. I know we are talking of irrigation, but I got interest in the leakage detection. We are doing, let's say, some bigger pipes for our clients, pipelines. I just want to know, can this system help to, to detect leakages in the pipelines, leave around the irrigation? For example, if I have like 6 kilometers of pipelines supplying water, how can Rainbird help? Because it is a challenge to even the national grid lines. For example, you have multiple leakages and you don't know where the water is going. Can, let's say, this product be of assisting to know, like you install something to detect multiple leakages that may occur with the pipelines around the town or the villages? Thank you.
Oh, it's a nice question.
Mr. Fadi, we still have some more.
One more. Let me write a note here. not to
Thank you.
forget.
Yes, I'm Diago from Wakiso. Now, mine is about water quality. In most cases, the water that we convey in these systems is not specifically for irrigation, water crop production, but also animal production. So is there any way you can incorporate sensors to detect the quality of water that goes to the farmer for animal production? For instance, if there are any changes in pH, nutrient content, phosphates and nitrates, how can the system detect that so that we can go back to the source and maybe mitigate that, maybe adjust the pH, look at the nitrate levels and phosphate levels so that whatever we give to the farmer or whatever we are going to use at the end is of high quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more
Mr.
questions?
Fadi, I would like to substantiate on his question. I work for National Water, and our biggest problem is non-revenue water, where we have so many leakages. So can that technology be applicable on the national grid, as he asked? Is it something that we could adopt?
Thank you, Fad. My question is on the leakage detection. But first of all, how would you know that the sensors have gotten some issues, the sensors themselves? Because sometimes you find sensors giving false sensors. They give you, they tell you there is a leakage on station 1, there is a leakage on station 2, and when you reach there, it is not there. There is a different thing. How do you know there is a problem with the sensor? Then a sub-question also is, does this sensor, can it be able to sense, I think somebody talked about the quality. Can it sense there is something wrong with quality of water in the pipeline? Can it be able to detect that?
For the water quality, right?
Yes, the water quality.
Okay.
And because this irrigation systems is applied to layman people who doesn't know the size, the quality of pipe to use. can it be able to notify someone or who is the user that the quality of pipe you are using is not commendable? Can it, the sensor will be able to tell the someone?
Okay.
Then the issue of safety. Do you have, because now we are looking at value for money. Value for money is number one.
Yes.
What guarantee do we have for this controller? How many years, and in case of problem, how do we handle that? Then the cost, you will tell us how much is the cost, because we need to know the cost and the maintenance costs. Then do we have a demonstration here? Because we need to demonstrate what we have, what you are telling us practically, and we see. I think the questions are very many. Sorry for that. But on the safety part of it, can someone locate his controller, or in case it is mislocated, can he be able to locate it, to locate where it has been mislocated? The place, if it is shifted from place A to place B, can he be able to trace his controller?
To place the controller or the valve?
To press the valve. To press the, in case it is stolen in brief, if somebody has stolen the controller, can he be able to trace it?
You will
where
get
it
the
is?
message immediately. If someone disconnect any valve at any point of time, within a second, you will get SMS, valve number 3, disconnected. Then you will know that there is someone second down.
Okay, now on the valve issues, because I'm seeing the valve is very key on the controller. Are these valves specific for Rainbird, or we can use different valves? Because can it be able to detect other valves within the system, other than, does it have, the valves, are they specific for Rainbird? Is it Rainbird?
Rainbird, yes.
Yes. Are they only specific for?
Yes.
For this controller, or we can use a different valves?
You can use different models from Rainbird,
Yes.
but not from others. Yeah, we do have 3 controllers, 3 models that you can use any one of them. You can get the same features.
Okay, for now, that is all.
Oh, great. That's more than enough for now. It's a good questions, really. I like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Abu. My name is Simon.
Yes.
I do landscape design, commercial and residential. My question is on there's so many clients of mine in the residential section. From here, I want to go and sell them this idea. So what capacity, what tank capacity should they have to use such a system? Because we don't want to have scenarios of the water has been all wiped out, they don't have water to cook food. So what capacity, what tank do you really recommend? Because most of them, they have 5,000, 2,000, 10,000 liters. Yes, I wish to know that. Thank you.
Okay. Tank capacity.
My question is, she talked about national water. Can your technology help national water introduce a prepaid system so that us clients can be able to pay for the water we use before using it, because we have a very big problem of unjustified bills?
Water bills.
I will also answer that for you later.
Thank you. When I look at the controller and the cabling, the DC cabling to the solenoid valves, it seems you do not need I mean, if you have a very wide network, you don't need the cabling. If you can provide independent power to each solenoid valve.
No.
Because I thought that each solenoid valve, there's one that you showed, which had some orange, maybe Wi-Fi connector. I thought that.
No, this is wire. No, this is wire connector.
Wire connector.
Yeah, I couldn't find any shape or symbol to use it except that one.
Yes,
I'm the one who made it by myself.
Because I thought that was, you didn't need the cabling to the controller. The controller could send remotely to each independent solenoid, giving it specific ID and specific instructions according to the program. Is that?
Okay. No. Thank you.
Okay, let's handle those four now. We're going to come back.
Okay. Just, there are some questions shared. See, first of all, this controller, this is the IVM Pro version, where you can connect 240 stations. You will have, you can connect up to 10 flow sensors, means 10 flow zones. Under each zone, you can connect 240 valves, 1 valve, 2 valves. You can decide, as you are a designer of irrigation, that you have a 240 valves in a site, how to divide it into zones, where to install this flow sensor. But again, once we connect the flow sensors, in case if there is one case only that the flow sensor will not help you. In case if the main line is loop main line, means the water will come from both directions. In this case, no flow sensor will work with you. If it's not a loop, if it's a star or multi-branches main line, regardless of the size, because we do provide a flow sensor for our systems and we do produce it by Rainbird, but we have it up to 3 inch. What if you have a main line 6 inch or 8 inch? You can choose any type of flow sensor. What we need a pulse flow sensor that provides a pulse. You can go with the electromagnetic flow meter, ultrasonic. We need a pulse. So if you have bigger sizes, yes, you can control. You have multiple leakages in different locations, yes, you can control from this controller. And you can divide it into 10 zones, not only on the main line. You can have it on the laterals. Let's say that you have here, this is an example, because this is the most complicated one when you are running, those 4 valves are running in the same time. So this is the most complicated one, but in case if you are running a single zone, it's much easier. You don't need to have one flow sensor. You might have 10 groups of this one. Then you can connect 10 flow sensors. What if you have another type of sensors that you are looking for? You need to check for the water quality. For the water quality, in case we need to connect a pH sensor or any element sensor that to sense something in the water, the controller cannot give you the reading for the pH because it's not made for. But you can connect 8 sensors on this controller. It's an on-off sensors. Means in case you can decide that if the pH it's 10, I need the sensor to send the controller to shut down the system or to isolate that zone, not to run it. If there is any other element which you find this is harmful for your plantation, yes, it can send then a signal to the controller to shut down, on and off, to shut down or to isolate that valve. This is for the leakage in the main line, water quality, flow sensor detection, and we do have for warranty. We offer a 5 years warranty for this controller and all those valves. And by the way, in case you do have existing system, you have Rainbird valves or non-Rainbird valves in the site. You need to connect this controller. Yeah, you can use it. If you have Rainbird valves in the site, you know what you need to do? You don't need to remove the valve from the site. You don't need to do any excavation. Simply, this coil, the DC coil, remove the old coil, connect the new coil. That's it. If it's non-Rainbird valve, remove their coil, install our coil with our adapter. We will make others smart valves. So, for the warranty, we do have 5 years. It's compatible with others. We do have LX, wherever you can see in Rainbird production, LX controller, ESP LX, either if it's first, second, third generation, all are having the same flow watch and flow management leak detection feature. Costing, see, we have introduced the two-wire decoder system 20 years ago. When we have introduced this IVM, which is the monster in the market, where no one has it, only Rainbird, since 6 years. The pricing, almost similar to the decoder, to the 20 years old system. We have two more. The tank capacity, or before demonstration. Yes, now we are in process of having this system and this IVM with Springtech on one side in a stadium. So once we have completed the installation there, definitely I think Javan, he can help me, Javan, that in case we need to have visitors for the site, I think yes, we can arrange it once we complete the installation there. For the tank capacity, it depends on the size of the site. What is the water requirement? Sometimes you might need 1 tank, sometimes you might need 2, sometimes you need 5,000 gallons, sometimes you need 10,000 gallons. Did I get it correctly or no?
Yes, you somehow got it, but you could be having, let's say, 5,000, and you want to distribute the water to be run by different items. Yes, so how much water can you dedicate just to do the plants and alone? I'm talking about people who sit on maybe 25 decimals or 12 decimals. The sites are very small, and usually the tanks they have are these small tanks. And you try to run such a system, it drains the tank with no minute. So is there a specific tank capacity that we should have minimally to use such a system and run other things in the home setup effectively or efficiently without having any challenges with water? And sometimes we have issues of water. Water disappears, then it comes. So I wanted to know about that. Yeah.
It's a good question. See, the system is compatible regardless of the water, available water in the tank, in any size of any system. This is, as we consider it, it's a monitoring system. So in case, if this farmer has his own plantation and the water requirement for 1 day is 5,000, this controller and this system will help us just only to monitor that is he getting the right amount of water in the right time or no? This will not increase the flow. This will not affect the water flow in the system. This only, it will measure the movement. So the size of piping, size of valves, this is the first thing that nothing to do with this controller. But second part, we need to be sure that when the system runs, that the plants are not getting that much water. Then we come to our colleagues, they will explain to us what is the best outlet products which is in contact with the plant in the last step. Which one is best for which crop? This is what we can control. This is monitoring, and then the outlet devices, this will give us the control, how much water we need to provide and to control it in a certain time. This is to stop the water wastage. I think there was one last question was for water bills, right? For the national water bills. So with this system, I'll share with you on one experience with one of our clients in UAE. What happens? They used to pay, they are using there for the landscape, they are not using a fresh water, they are using an TSE water. So this TSE water, it's chargeable, it's not free. And it's a private real estate developer. So he has a problem in the last 10, 15 years. He used to pay money, but he thought that this is for irrigation. And he was getting always, that manager for the landscape, getting always an warning from the top management, or you are consuming more for the irrigation. Reduce the landscape, eliminate the landscape here and there, remove those plants, reduce your water bills. After we install this system, you know what we observe? He has in the site, as a client, he has different three main locations, where our friend is managing one location. The other two under another entity. It's not under them. But no one knows. When we install our system, we came to know that his consumption, it's third of what he's paying. It's not full. What he did, he transferred the bill to other entities. Oh, come on, this is not my bill. I'm consuming only 30%. This is a proof. So this 60% of the bills which I used to pay, that was a waste of my money. Second level, with the same client, he liked the idea. He started saving a lot of money. The elimination of the landscape, he started expanding, planting more and more. Now he's willing to pay, because he knows now the pain. His contractor, if any contractor here, close their ears. His contractor, what he did with him, this is the second level, that come on, you used to pay, and when you used to consume roughly monthly X, so you need to maintain this figure. We can accept for the maintenance and operation that plus 5%. But if it's more than that, this means you are not maintaining and operating my system in a manner way. If there is a defect, the contractor will immediately report it to the client. Oh, come on, we have defect here and there. Just to clear his responsibility. So now everything with this system, you can monitor it. At least you will know where you are today. You are going to, when my colleagues introduce the other products and our technologies, other technologies from Rainbird, you need to know. You said demonstration. Yes, it's a good and a valid point. I need to know how to operate, how I can react, how I can interact with the system. Second point, what's the added value? We need to know. Are we going our target, just only for automation? From my knowledge, I'm sharing with you, from all the regions which I'm managing, GCC and Africa, the main target is to move from manual to automatic. Believe me, 50% of the water consumption will be reduced when you move from manual to irrigation, regardless of the size of the site. Second level, you need to go to the outlet, the final product, which is in contact with each plant. You need to look to that point. But when? Second phase. The beginning, make an automatic irrigation system. Have those flow sensors. Have those water management features. Activate. Watch. Collecting data. Know where you are today. Okay, today I had this investment. I know where I am. After 6 months, I'll be in another level. Then yes, I will start zoning. Or in case you are from today as a consultant, you are today designing for a project. Why not to consider all this from A to Z? Why not to make the life of the client and the contractor much easier? The contractor who will execute the work, and even the contractor who will maintain and operate the site later on. So we can consider it from the beginning. And we do have some tools as a Rainbird. It can help all of you, either contractor, client, or even consultant. I'll go quickly now. What time is it?
Mr. Fadi, if you will.
What time left for me? 1 minute? What? No.
No. No. Mr. Fadi is still here all day and his team, but we're going to take a very short health break. Yeah? A bit of coffee, and those who wanted a demonstration, Springtech has put one outside for you. So they have an exhibition and demonstration for you. But let's take a short break. Let's feed our minds, shall we? Make your way to the back, have a cup of coffee. Mr. Fadi and his team are here. They're going nowhere. Even after, and we have panel discussions where you can send in those questions, as many as possible. Plus the policymakers, they're here. We have ministries here. And those questions you've been asking about, about your water bills. There are people here to answer them. So please, let's make our way to the back. We'll be back.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda, blessed with fertile land, abundant water resources, and over 6 hours of daily sunshine, holds immense potential. However, many women and children still trek long distances to access clean water. Unpredictable weather disrupts rain-fed agriculture, exacerbating hunger.
The line is a little bit too long, so let's wait a little bit, guys.
Tackling these challenges is key to unlocking Uganda's true
A few of us
potential and
time.
transforming lives of its people. There's a company committed to solving Uganda's water, irrigation, and energy needs. Guided by a vision of becoming an international benchmark for water and energy solutions in African communities, Springtech, your perfect partner for water and energy solutions in African communities. We specialize in innovative solutions that enhance livelihoods in Uganda's homes, farms, industries, and communities. We design and install irrigation, water pumping, solar, boreholes, and generator solutions.
We started with using engine-powered pumps. You know, you have to have fuel, which fuel you have to keep in the house. Sometimes if not well kept in, it will burn. But this time we've come up with solar solutions, where you can just pump whatever amount of water, be it from, you know, the single pump to a big pump using one panel. And this we have all innovated through the last 8 years.
At Springtech, we recognize that water isn't just a resource, but the essence of life itself. When nature falls short of providing sufficient water, our advanced irrigation systems step in to make a difference. Our modern irrigation solutions are designed to maximize water efficiency and enhance crop yield. We help farmers enhance productivity and ensure food security. Whether you're managing a large-scale farm or a small garden, our customized irrigation solutions cater to your unique requirements. We partner with the world's leading manufacturers to provide quality solutions for all your needs.
At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers.
Guided by the intelligent use of water, we ensure that every drop is used to its fullest potential for plant growth.
It came in at the right time before we would lose our fruit due to strong drought. So we were assisted greatly by this irrigation.
Our solar-powered water pumping solutions ensure water is accessible everywhere, even in the most remote location. From home to communities, farms to industries, schools to hospitals, our solar-powered pumping systems are transforming how Uganda powers its future, providing reliable, renewable energy, reducing dependence on the grid, fossil fuels, and other associated costs.
Saba Yusuf had an issue of water. Yes, he has a water source, but how to deliver water to the gardens and to his animals, it was a challenge. So he approached Springtech, and we were able to help him with a solar-powered system. It has a capacity of filling his big reservoir of 200 cubics within 5 to 7 hours.
Access to clean water is essential. Springtech has expertise in borehole pumps for small and large-scale applications. Utilization of underground water resources is made possible with Springtech borehole solution.
We are located in different locations in Uganda. We have basically over 4 branches now. By this, we want to make sure we reach all parts of Uganda. We are making it easier for our customers to access us in the different regions of Uganda.
At Springtech, flawless project execution is always the goal. We implement projects aimed at bringing water and energy to communities that really need them.
We aim at executing projects flawlessly, delivering the projects in time and on budget. We shall deliver within the required standards and quality that you require. So every project we have installed in any community makes the ladies, the children to walk less distance in search of water. And the good thing about irrigation is it introduces the third season. The third season enables you to grow crops at the time when people are not growing. So in doing so, when you produce at a time of scarcity, you get a better price, you earn more.
Through our vibrant corporate social responsibility campaigns, we actively give back and make a positive impact. Springtech, your perfect partner.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda's irrigation sector is evolving, driven by the need to enhance agricultural productivity and cope with climate change. While agriculture is a cornerstone to Uganda's economy, it heavily depends on rainfall, which is becoming increasingly unreliable. As a result, about 67% of the country requires irrigation to supplement rainfall during certain seasons. At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers, ensuring sustainable water management and better crop yields.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
While we are enjoying our snacks, there are cards
Horton
on your
Engelhart was a
tables.
farmer,
There's a
a
QR
guy who just
code.
loved to tinker.
Please scan the
He had
QR
a,
code, register, and give us feedback. It's very important that you give us feedback. Thank you.
Pound parts and things like that. They were ranchers. They were growing oranges. He was interested in water efficiency. And so he tinkered in the shed, and he finally came up with a product that was unique and satisfied his needs. It was an impact arm sprinkler.
My father and Horton were boyhood friends. My father and mother, in combination, decided they could commercialize this invention of Horton Engelhart.
They signed an agreement wherein Clem would take the product and whatever tooling that Horton had and start marketing it.
My father was really a good salesperson. He loved people. And he went out to the Los Angeles Country Club and tried to interest the green superintendent and was informed that the water pressures were very high there. And that sprinkler of my dad's, his water system would simply blow to you know where. And my father said, well, let's give it a try. Typically at that time, the sprinklers that existed whirled. And so if you had to go in and touch the sprinkler, get near it to turn it on or off, you got wet. With the Rainbird sprinkler, it moved slowly around its arc, and they could go in, turn it off, and not get wet in the process. And the fact that it didn't blow up and that the maintenance people liked it, he sold a few sprinklers.
He talked his dad into letting him use the upper part of the family barn as a factory. He had no money, so he had to go and get enough of the materials that were required to build a few products, and then he would go out and sell them, and he couldn't make the next batch until he got paid by the customer he sold them to. Clem was doing the selling, and Mary Elizabeth, Betty LaFetra, was doing all of the clerical stuff, the invoicing and that sort of thing.
The business was much of what was discussed around meals. I've heard about the business and participated in discussions since probably before I could spell the word.
They had a product that nobody had heard of that they were trying to sell in a market that really wasn't ready for it. The combination of the two of them is really what made this company happen. Clem LaFetra died in 1963. And so there was a period for about 15 years where Betty LaFetra was running the company by herself. I don't think there was any woman that I can think of in any organization that had the kind of responsibility she did. She was before her times. Most everybody that she would come in contact with in her leadership was male, and so it gave her a great advantage. She was able to use her femininity to deal with men who didn't know how to handle her. And yet she was not overpowering. She just knew how to win gracefully and with charm. She really was in control of this company. And then she retired and Tony LaFetra became president.
I worked part-time each summer when I was in high school in a foundry that we operated at the time, on the assembly line. Very difficult work. One of my jobs was putting nozzles in sprinklers. I would make these sprinklers for 8 hours a day, and they'd go down this assembly line. I was a little more sort of technically oriented, I guess. So I appreciated what my father could do and his charm, but I was really more interested in how things worked, why they worked, what could be improved. Our job was to use water as effectively as we could, whether it be for agriculture or for landscape.
We were able to ride the wave, create a company that was important to the world.
Our task was to apply water to plants when the skies didn't.
Since 1933, Rainbird Corporation has been the leading manufacturer and provider of irrigation products and services. Since its beginnings, Rainbird has offered the industry's broadest range of irrigation products for farms, golf courses, sports arenas, commercial developments, and homes in more than 130 countries around the world. Rainbird has been awarded more than 450 patents worldwide, including the first in 1935 for the original horizontal action impact drive sprinkler, which revolutionized the food production industry and ushered in a new era in irrigation worldwide. Today, Rainbird offers over 4,000 irrigation products and services.
We've got smart controllers with attached weather stations that will change the water schedule at your house depending on what's going on. We've got spray nozzles that are more efficient.
Our customers choose Rainbird products because of the quality and because of our long-standing tradition of providing great quality.
One brand, one company, and you can have an entire irrigation system complete.
That Rainbird logo has been around for a very long time. Customers understand what Rainbird is about, and it's about consistency and quality.
Applying water to plants when they need it in the most water-efficient manner is what this company is about.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda, blessed with fertile land, abundant water resources, and over 6 hours of daily sunshine, holds immense potential. However, many women and children still trek long distances to access clean water. Unpredictable weather disrupts rain-fed agriculture, exacerbating hunger, poverty, and limited access to essential water and energy resources. Tackling these challenges is key to unlocking Uganda's true potential and transforming lives of its people. There's a company committed to solving Uganda's water, irrigation, and energy needs. Guided by a vision of becoming an international benchmark for water and energy solutions in African communities, Springtech, your perfect partner for water and energy solutions in African communities. We specialize in innovative solutions that enhance livelihoods in Uganda's homes, farms, industries, and communities. We design and install irrigation, water pumping, solar, boreholes, and generator solutions.
We started with using engine-powered pumps. You have to have fuel, which fuel you have to keep in the house. Sometimes if not well kept in, it will burn. But this time we've come up with solar solutions, where you can just pump whatever amount of water, be it from the single pump to a big pump using one funnel. And this we have all innovated through the last 8 years.
At Springtech, we recognize that water isn't just a resource, but the essence of life itself. When nature falls short of providing sufficient water, our advanced irrigation systems step in to make a difference. Our modern irrigation solutions are designed to maximize water efficiency and enhance crop yield. We help farmers enhance productivity and ensure food security. Whether you're managing a large-scale farm or a small garden, our customized irrigation solutions cater to your unique requirements. We partner with the world's leading manufacturers to provide quality solutions for all your needs.
At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers.
Guided by the intelligent use of water, we ensure that every drop is used to its fullest potential for plant growth.
It came in at the right time before we would lose our fruit due to strong drought. So we were assisted greatly by this irrigation.
Our solar-powered water pumping solutions ensure water is accessible everywhere, even in the most remote location. From home to communities, farms to industries, schools to hospitals, our solar-powered pumping systems are transforming how Uganda powers its future, providing reliable, renewable energy, reducing dependence on the grid, fossil fuels, and other associated costs.
Saba Yusuf had an issue of water. Yes, he has a water source, but how to deliver water to the gardens and to his animals, it was a challenge. So he approached Springtech, and we were able to help him with a solar-powered system. It has a capacity of filling his big reservoir of 200 cubics within 5 to 7 hours.
Access to clean water is essential. Springtech has expertise in borehole pumps for small and large-scale applications. Utilization of underground water resources is made possible with Springtech borehole solution.
We are located in different locations in Uganda. We have basically over 4 branches now. By this, we want to make sure we reach all parts of Uganda. We are making it easier for our customers to access us in the different regions of Uganda.
At Springtech, flawless project execution is always the goal. We implement projects aimed at bringing water and energy to communities that really need them.
We aim at executing projects flawlessly, delivering the projects in time and on budget. We shall deliver within the required standards and quality that you require. So every project you have installed in any community makes the ladies, the children to walk less distance in search of water.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please take our seats.
It introduces the third season. The third season enables you to grow crops at the time when people are not growing. So
and a kind reminder to scan the QR codes
you get a better price.
For registration and feedback. Very soon we'll be sharing the QR codes for your photographs. If we could please take our seats, guys. If we could please take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. And please scan the QR codes on your tables so we can get this conversation started. Register and give us feedback.
Highlights and celebrations that last a lifetime.
Let's have our seats, please.
Something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world.
I hope we are all set and ready.
That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only
a kind reminder to please scan the QR code on your tables. Your feedback means a lot to us at Springtech. Just register and give us your feedback. Very soon we'll share a QR code for your media files. I mean, you need content, don't you? For them statuses. So we'll send you the content. We'll share with you a QR code for those photographs. At this moment, I would like to request everybody at the back to please take their seats so we can continue this very important conversation. Mr. Fadi still has so much insight for us. And just a few more 10 minutes, and he'll be done. But we all know you still want him here, so he's going to be here even after the panel discussions. He will take as many of your questions as possible about this interesting technology. So we'll have Mr. Fadi for some more minutes, some 10 more minutes, and we'll have the panel discussions.
So, hi, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning. Still 8 minutes left. So, I wish that you have enjoyed the short break. I need 10 minutes more just to wrap up my part, but definitely I'll be here full day with you. So, if you have any question that came to your mind, just please write it down, because we will have a conference discussion so that we can discuss all your concern, answer your questions, whatever it is. Please, I would like to tell you one more thing. Don't be shy to ask any question, because all the questions are important to us, every single question. Don't evaluate your question that, oh, this is simple, I'm feeling shy to ask. No, don't feel shy, please. Because whatever came to your mind that your mind is telling you, no, I need to clarify this point, please, write it down, ask it. We are here to clear all your doubts about anything. We are here to help you to clear anything that came to your mind, either through this session or even if you have a bad experience, past bad experience, please share it with us. If you do have a success story to tell, please speak up. So let others benefit of your experience. We are here since I'm managing on most of the countries in Africa and GCC countries. So I will share everything with you because it might help you. It might not help all of you. It might help some of you in your cases or in your projects that you are working on. It might not help any one of the people who's in this hall. It might help your friends who's outside. Okay, so here the idea of this session just to increase our awareness level of irrigation. I wish that after we complete this event today, that at least you will leave from here and you will say, yes, I learned something new today. I wish that we would reach to that level. So just to continue, 10 minutes starts from now. So the center control system which we were talking about, where you can have all those leakages, control, in case if there is an defected valve in the site, which is far from here. Maybe you have a site in a different country. With this software, no matter where the site is, still you have a chance to control it because it's a web-based, it's a cloud-based center control system that you can access from anywhere in the world, from any device, mobile, tablet, laptop, anything. Simply, how to connect. We have the hardware and the site. We need to go to the website. I wish that if it's more clear, but you will have to create an account for you. This is a master account. Once you create this account, it's for free. Everything starting from now, all are free, all those features. You create your account, then you will start adding your sites. You might have one site with one controller. Yes, you can add it. You might have multiple sites with multiple controllers. Yes, you can add it. And then you can activate, deactivate the notifications, what type of notifications that you are planning to get and how. So we have created the account. The first thing that you can get, you can customize the software itself. If you want interactive Google Map, Rainbird is the only manufacturer provided within our software with a Google interactive map. Why we call it Google? We have a joint venture with Google to utilize their maps. So the first thing when you log in, you will find a map. This is a site in Dubai. Still, this site been constructed in 4 years ago. So nothing came up in those empty lands. If something been constructed in those lands nearby, and Google, they updated their map, Google, not Rainbird, you will find it in a place. So what I can see, I logged into my account. Here is my site. This is a single site. What is those colors for? I can assign every solenoid valve that I have. For example, this solenoid valve here, it's covering this area. This one, hand drawing. You can, by your hand, you can draw it. You don't need to have AutoCAD drawing to upload it here. Because this is the simplest center control system. We don't want you to be expert to have the CAD drawing and to have a certain steps to upload and to match. No. Simply, you have it in front of you, the drawing. Open the map. Start a drawing. Solenoid valve number 1. Here is the area. I give it a color code. Second area, third area. So I can draw this valve, which area covering. For what purposes? It can help me in the future if this is part of my site. I need to extend the plantation here. I need to plant the grass. So I need to take a branch from the lateral line. So from which valve or from which lateral, which branch I need to take out this extension. Simply, now I know this is the most closest valves to this area. So I can take either from this valve or this valve. Then I need to go back. What is the flow for this valve? Did I reach the maximum flow capacity? If yes, then I will go to the second valve. So this is the best for me. I don't need an expert to do for me this job. I can do it by myself. What else I can get? I need to run one valve, manual. I don't need to go to other tabs somewhere else in the software to go inside the controller, inside the valve, to run that one. No, I need it from the map itself. I'm on the map. I will stick on the map. That's why we call it interactive map. Interactive means I can do whatever I want from the map itself. Reprogram, program, run manual, shut down, eliminate. You have today event. You have multiple sites. That event, a VIP people, they're going to visit there. You don't need to run your sprinkler during that event. Simply, from the Google, from your account, go to that site. One click to the controller, shut down, or one click to the sprinkler valve, shut down. Simple steps, you can do it. You don't need to be in the site to do this job. This you can do it while you are having a coffee in your home. What other benefits? There are many things that you can get. I'm not going to stop in every single benefit that you are going to get from the central control system. This is the most interesting part. You remember, we have installed flow sensor. We need to know how much water I'm consuming on daily basis. What alarms that I got in the last 2 months. Which site consuming more water? We have, as you can see here, it's an 12 reports. It's categorized. If you need to have water management report, here is where you can work for. You need a station runtime. This is the simple report. How it looks like. This is it. You will get bare solenoid valve. How many minutes runs in automatic mode? If we have a flow sensor, so how much water been used during that cycle? I can tell the report, generate a report for me in last 1 day, 7 days, 3 months, or customized period. You can choose. You can choose which site. Under each site, you might have different controllers. You need for specific controllers. You can. The lovely part that you can export this report into 2 forms, either PDF or Excel. If you need PDF, you will save it on your device in a PDF format with all those details. If you need it for Excel, you might need to do some exercise for the data that you are getting from here. So you need it in Excel format. It will be transferred into Excel. Here, I have, as I said, I have 10 sites with 10 contractors. So what I can do? I am the master for this account. I'm the admin. I'm the owner. But I need to create 10 accounts under me. We have different levels of users. I can create account for a user that he can do everything that I'm doing. He can do programming, he can add users, he can delete users, he can do everything that I can do except deleting my account because I am the owner. I can make a site admin. This site admin, I have 10 sites, immediately will ask me which site you need to assign to this account. I can tell him site X. And he can see, he can view, and he can edit that site and the programming. For me as owner, when he logged in, I will know that he did some changes because I am the top of this umbrella. I might have account for user. The user, he will work for a site, but he will not have the full functionality of the site admin. He can do programming, but a simple programming, not the advanced one. He cannot add users. He cannot delete users. The last level, which is the field tech. I need to create an account for my electrician, for my technician, for my plumber. And I can assign one site, one controller, several sites, several controllers to him. What he can see, he can view only. He will not have the ability to do any modification or edit. Here, the type of the alarms. If you can see here how short it is. So it's many type of alarms, and this is a screenshot that I took. High flow and low flow. You remember the leakage, which we talked about before the break? What if the valve got debris? The contractor went to the site, he opened the valve, he flushed it, he closed it, he did his job, he forgot to open the valve. That valve remains closed. The flow management, it's not working only with the high flow, it's working also with the low flow. So it will do the same exercise and it will send you a message, it's not leak. It will show you that low flow in valve number 3. You can receive those alarms through 2 channels, either through email or through text message. For most of our clients, they prefer to use it by email, except certain alarms, like high flow. They need to get it by SMS, because they might not have internet connection on their mobile to get it through the email. And this is most important part, the high flow. You might find different alarms that means something for you that you can activate for both. And not only for you, for all users. For example, I can activate any electrical short to the field tech. So at the same time, I am the owner. I know there is a high flow. I have a contractor. He's a site admin. He got the same alarm. I might be in a meeting, so I cannot communicate to my contractor. The site admin, that engineer from the contractor, he might be also somewhere else. He might be traveling. So how to inform the last one to go and rectify? He can get SMS. We can activate his account from here. And all those free of charge. Diagnostic, as we said, you can do diagnostic from the software. This is the flow graph. This will show you where you are. You can evaluate your irrigation consumption from those flow graphs. You can see how much water you are consuming. What is the projected as per the schedule, and what is the actual. You should see it both, because here it was a dummy, this report. So you should see 2 colors, the projected and the actual. And should be almost in the same level. If you find something abnormal, you will go to the Excel. You will export this one to Excel. You will know every minute, not every valve, every minute how much water been used in that minute. Today I need to know how much water I need for the next 3 months. How you will know? You need to go back to original design. No, you don't need to. You can run it from here. So, and this is the mobile interaction. Almost I'm done. It was 10 minutes, right? No.
I
10 minutes
understand.
after the first 8 minutes.
Mr. Fadi is still here. He's got so much. I'm looking at it. It's a lot. But we've got to go to the next session, and
Yes.
we still have you with us, and you're still on this, you might as well just get
Yep.
comfortable. Right there. Just get comfortable. We'll get to the next session, and we'll have Mr. Fadi back with more on the systems and smart technologies. So up next, we have a panel discussion. The topic is smart water and irrigation technologies for urban and green spaces. And of course, you cannot talk about urban and green spaces without thinking about landscapers. So our first panelist is Miss Charity of the Anointed Landscapers. You are welcome. She's the director of the Anointed Landscapers, a very important group of people when we are discussing greener spaces in the urban centers.
Floor is yours.
Have a seat. And if we're going to talk about landscapers, of course we must talk about architecture. So representing the Uganda Society of Architects, we have Miss Pamela Akora. Please join us. Mr. Fadi, by all means, get comfortable because we need a global perspective. We've met him. He's our host, Mr. Javan. We need something from our local tech providers, and we need to know what they're doing about enhancing these green spaces, in Kampala at least. So welcome to this session, and here we are going to look at smart water and irrigation technologies, how they can shape cities and green spaces of tomorrow. Well, today too. We might as well get started, right? So we'll start with Miss Charity. Actually, as a matter of fact, I don't think people know you very well, at least our first two, our ladies up here. It would be nice if you could introduce yourselves, what you do, what you're all about. You can leave the other statuses out. You can, please. Just turn on the microphone and
my name is Ngwine Charity. I'm the director, Anointed Designers Limited. I've been in the landscaping business for the last 19 years, and I've really had enough experience in landscaping. I've been a part of quite big projects. I was part of the Entebbe Highway Express for greening. I've been a part of the Karuma Dam project, greening. I was also part of the National Water Sewage Line from the Chinawataka, Nachivubo National Water Sewage Line. We were replacing, I was under DOT services. They were doing the sewage line, and I was replacing the greenery and the trees. We have done a lot of works in the hotel business. We have done a lot of works in homes. So if you talk about greening and if you talk about landscaping, we really have enough experience to share with you. Thank you.
that's an exceptional CV. Ms. Akora, would you like to follow that one?
Thank you, Springtech and Rainbird. My name is Pamela Akora. I'm an architect, but also a landscape architecture practitioner. I have two other colleagues who I came with who also are probably just the handful of Ugandans who belong to the International Federation of Landscape Architects. Together with another colleague of mine, we pioneered the landscape department at KCCA way back in 2013. So my experience in the landscape space has been, I think, since 2013, yeah, where we successfully, aggressively went on to Green Kampala, and we are glad that some of the fruits of our labor is still there. So I am very passionate about landscape architecture, equally a practitioner in that space, regardless of being trained as a building architect. So it has, I think, I am at an advantage that I can see both the in and out of your space. Yeah, thank you.
So I can speak for every Ugandan if I say, we miss you, come back. We do. You've met Mr. Fadi. He's an exceptional man with so much knowledge. Need I introduce you?
Thank you.
But it's nice to have you here to give us a little bit more. I know they still need you, they still want you. And our host, Mr. Javan, you are pioneering many things. You're a trendsetter, a pest setter, so many setters. But we do appreciate what you're doing, because to start this conversation is very much needed, it's much deserved. So we'll get right into it, and I would love to start, beauty before age. I don't know why you say age before beauty, but we'll start with beauty. So, Miss Charity, what are landscapers doing to enhance green spaces, both public and private? It's not a conversation that we often have, but it's a conversation we must have. So what are you doing?
Yeah, that is very true. Landscapers are usually mistaken as gardeners. That's the perspective that most people have. But a true landscaper is someone who can do a layout, someone who can implement the layout as well. You have the capacity to make the expertise to do a layout. You can do the calculations. For example, if you are given a space and you have to do the leveling, before you do the beautification, you must have the capacity to calculate. You don't have to always look for the quantity surveyors, because for example, if you have small clients, you will not have to go into the costs of employing a surveyor to come and do the calculations. So you should be having that capacity to calculate the volumes. You should be able to at least do some quantitative analysis, so that you can calculate the number of, you count the number of plants you need according to the distances and whatever is needed. We as landscapers, we really try a lot to encourage people to do greening around their homes and also urban areas. Because what you don't know, when the architects do the drawings, we are the people who implement whatever they do, because they don't go to the ground to do the implementation. So we do encourage our people, whoever has received the architecture drawings, to do the greening. Because remember, the greening, in fact, we have a saying that beautification, like a landscape or beautification, is the first house. It is what gives the house you give a drawing. It's what gives it an impression. It's what gives the beauty. What you see outside, we'll want you to see what is inside. So landscaping is the first house. And even, for example, in urban areas, we have engaged stakeholders. For example, you see we have a lot of dust around. We have a lot of pollution, air pollution. So we have tried to engage with stakeholders to see how we can put a lot of greenery around our city. And I really went a step ahead and did a course in wall gardening, so that you see, in urbanization, having little spaces to do greenery, because you see even the roads we have already are squeezed, are congested. So I was thinking of something like doing wall gardening, so that we do the greenery on the wall. And that's where the drip irrigation will come in mostly, because there is no way you'll do greenery on the walls without drip irrigation. So we have at least tried to engage stakeholders to see how we can do it best to keep our environment green. And you know, we also have a problem of climate change. So without us landscapers, because we are the ones who do the planting of trees, we are the ones who do the lawns and everything, the rain, the regulation of the rain, and you all know the adverse effects of climate change. I think as landscapers, we have been part of trying to improve the environment. Another thing, landscapers, we try really hard to make sure that we bridge the gap between engineers and architects. Because engineers, usually they do the drawings for the buildings. The landscape architects do the drawings for the greenery. And sometimes when we are on site, it's us now. Remember, when you go into implementation, we are the technical team. So whenever there is a misunderstanding between the two, we are the problem resolvers. Because now we have now the techniques of landscaping that most of these two people may not technically understand. Because, you know, when you read things in the books, without doing it, without implementing the things on ground, sometimes you don't know the adverse effects. Because in the books, they teach us certain things, assuming factors constant. But when you reach into the field, factors change, factors of weather, factors of the landscape shape, something like all those things. So us who implement, we really see everything. These people do not know. You give me, yes. For example, recently when it rained so much, you've given me an architecture plan, a landscape architecture plan. You've made maybe the surface flat. We have problems of plumbers who give us these methods of perforated pipes, and then you put the geotextile, and when you add soil on top, the rate of water going down becomes very slow. Now you have a flat ground. Then when it rains so much, you find the client is having a problem of flooding. The compound is flooding. So now it is us who know the after effects of the plans that they make. And it's us now who have to who give feedback to them, to tell them what is actually happening on ground so that we can see how to adjust some of these techniques for the better use of our clients.
So Pamela, you've already designed, you've put the flat surface that makes Charity very uncomfortable. So what practical design changes or innovations could we implement, or could you implement to ensure some more greener, water efficient spaces and all? You know, it's already done. What's done is done. How can we fix it?
I was about to say, I don't know which architects Charity has met, but surely that is not our training. I come from a school of thought, and this is provoked by her, I don't know, unfortunate experiences, that everyone has a role to play in this conversation. I think a bigger part of my days, I sit as a regulator. And under the building codes, there's an issue about environmental protection, dealing with aspects of efficient water use and management, and how we handle water. And as I said, everybody has a role to play. At a larger scale, when we get sites, whether it is, and just also correction, the drawings for building are done by the architects. And then we'll probably share them with the engineers. That's the first point of call. So when we have sites, first of all, one of the things that we struggle with, again, is how much of my plot can I build on? I'm sure many of us in this room think, hey, I have to finish my entire plot. Charity, don't you reach some sites and you like, but what am I going to do here? Where is the open space?
Yeah, that's
And
very true.
that is always the first point. How much of my building should cover my plot and how much do I need to leave as open space? When you interrogate that question, and also, as I said, I'm also a regulator, there is no law in this country that says you should build 100% of your plot. The maximum is 75%. So now again, what opportunities do we have in the 25%? In the 25%, we have opportunities for open space, and preferably open green space is the most ideal. Now, as practitioners, and I know that there are also engineers in this room, and I guess people also in the architectural space, as practitioners, what then do we plan for in that 25%? We have to deal with topographical issues, the levels that Charity is very uncomfortable with, how we deal with them. And again, when you talk about levels, you cannot talk about levels without asking yourself, how is water going to be handled on your site? Then also, you then begin to ask yourself things like Charity, correction, plant species also. We handle that. You will know, for example, again, building heights, how the plants are going to behave, root cover issues, how they're going to affect my building of sorts. That is what we are trained to handle. And then again comes the issue of maintenance, and that is where irrigation fits as a big, it's a big component of dealing with the question of maintenance. And again, back to what the law encourages to do about environmental protection and energy efficiency and efficient water use management, that is when we think, okay, what then becomes the most feasible way to maintain my landscape? So the biggest take home for us as architects and engineers in the room is the fact that it is not enough to just design the building. We have to think about the threshold between the building and the outside. As Charity said, your outdoors is your first approach. Yeah? So I would like to encourage us to think about those thresholds, and then also think about how then, just as you think that the client is going to have to repaint a building or refix windows, let us also be very intentional about thinking about the maintenance aspects, and that is where we plug in irrigation as a huge component. So that is my humble school of thought.
I do appreciate that humble school of thought. Mr. Fadi, like Pamela said, everyone has a role to play in this conversation. If we're going to fix this space that we have, everyone has a role to play. As a key player in the international realm, what lessons can Uganda, can Kampala, let's start with Kampala, what lessons can we learn from other urban centers? What can we do better? What can we do differently to make our spaces better?
First of all, during the last month visits, Kampala, they're caring more in landscape comparing to other countries. And what I see from the people with our partner Springtech here in this country, they are educated better than others. You are in this country in a level where others still they are in the basics in the irrigation. I saw some landscape here and there, especially in the I'm staying. It's wonderful. And even a public open spaces, it's a wonderful landscape. But I was wondering how they with the climate weather changing nowadays, it's globally.
Yes.
So you might getting enough water in the past 20 or 30 or 40 years, but nowadays you are not getting the same amount of water. So you need to source it out. You might have today a source of water where you can get from the underground water. But okay, it's enough again for you, but how about the next generations?
Yes.
So you have to utilize it in a manner way. I think Kampala, we will see it in the next few years. A different city, really.
Well, you are too kind. But like you said, smart technologies are very important with coming up with making sure that we have resilient water and all climate change. So why wouldn't we ask the top smart technology providers, Springtech, yeah?
Yes.
What is your role in all this? What is your role in making sure that we have greener spaces and accelerating smart water and irrigation technologies in Uganda?
Yeah, thank you, Sheila, for moderating. It's good I've come in after the landscaper, the architect who was blamed, and also for our international partner from Rainbird. And we've been in this industry for the last 8 years. Cumulatively, we've been in the industry for over 20 years, and we have seen a lot of changes. I'll give you an example later. In 2014, I visited the site in the suburb of Kampala, that is Buate, and found a client who was using a hose. I think he was recommended by a plumber to put one sprinkler here, another sprinkler there, and the sprinklers were on a stand. They were making, the whole area untidy, and when it would rotate, it would not cover some other areas. So during the dry season, you would find some patches, dry patches around, and this is what people were used to. And when we tried this campaign, to bring smart irrigation to the country, we didn't look any further than Rainbird, which is the global leader, industry leader of smart water technologies. But it had to start with a mindset change. People were thinking that irrigation is not a trend until they started to see changes in weather conditions. Before, our ancestors would know it would rain in January. January it wouldn't rain, it would start in March, and exactly the first day of March would see rain. It would stop in June or around May. At that time, rain would stop. If it would delay, then they would pray to ancestors. There is something wrong. But now, what happens is, it is now fluctuating. You don't know whether you have rain or I don't have rain. Even when it comes for 2 days and disappears. So what does that mean? That our plants are getting stressed. Our crops are dying. So that's when we turn back to our local expertise in the market to make sure we bring these local solutions to Uganda. Now with the smart irrigation, you're able to control the irrigation in the back of your home. Those of you who love traveling, you travel and still be able to maintain your irrigation. And one thing we've seen about Ugandans, everybody is a farmer. When you talk about somebody, they will tell you, I farm. If somebody has a residential unit, they will tell you, I have plants. You will even name from the anointed landscaper or landscapers in the house. I see many. They will name the plants. But do those plants flourish well? Do you give them the right amount of water when they have to get? Some plants need less water, some plants need more water. You give them more water, they stress out. You give them less water, they stress out. So we are trying to bridge in the gap. That's why we are having this conversation. To train our plumbers, to train our engineers to be mindful that at the time of design, let's incorporate these solutions into the design stage. You, the architects, and you, the landscapers. Now, for residential units, we have kits up to, I think the lowest is around 3 million. With 3 million, you can get yourself a kit for irrigation. With 5 million, you can get your kit for automated irrigation in your own house. So these solutions are affordable. Do we recommend them to our clients? No. And now as architects, I'm happy to have architects on this team and the landscapers. You're the eyes of these clients. If you do not recommend, so cannot be, it can't be taken up. And this is what will change Kampala, this is what will change Uganda, and this is what will change Africa as a whole. That we shouldn't let our plants dry out. We need to embrace these technologies before we get extinct. And if we do not change the mindset to adopting such technologies, then we'll definitely collapse. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm happy for the progress that has been made and to find that people are adopting and Springtech is really bridging this gap. But we can only do this with your collaboration.
Of course. You can't do it alone. But that makes me, we now know the do's, Javan. But do we know if the markets are ready for scalable water systems? We know what we need to do, but can we get it done?
I think I would say now is the time to make sure that we really take up these technologies. Yes. And everybody owns a smartphone. You know, we have a lot of QR code scanning here. And when we are planning for the event, somebody asked, what if I don't have a smartphone? Then another person responded that if you don't have a smartphone, then you're not the audience for this, for this event. But that shows you how technology has been embraced, that even children of 5, 6 years are able to use smartphones. I think majority of the population have a simple smartphone. And the infrastructure for sure is there. When you go to all areas in Uganda, most of them have 3G or 2G connectivity. So the government is playing its part in the agriculture sector, but we also, as private players, we need to play our part to make sure that we accelerate the adoption of these technologies. I've mentioned the rates, but rates vary between areas and complexity of the system. But all I can say is, if you're able to build a house at 200, 300 million, then for sure you should be able to afford the system at 5, 6, 7 million. I wanted to comment on the tap. This tap that people use for irrigating lawns, where you have a drag hose, we call it drag hose. You have a hose and you get your nozzle and start watering. So the amount of water you consume is, research has shown that is almost 3 times than when you had the proper irrigation system in place. And that means you're saving the much needed water. Probably you're getting the water from yourself, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, and your bills will go high. Once you get this system, it means that the water is going to be applied precisely. The amount of water you need depending on the crop. Now, let's say you have shrubs. Shrubs and trees usually take a lot of water than simple flowers. We have sprinklers for shrubs. We have sprinklers for a certain type of tree, and we have sprinklers for crops. It means the irrigation duration, when I'm doing irrigation scheduling, I'm able to schedule the irrigation according to a different type of crop. What does that mean? I give the crop precisely the amount of water that it needs. And that's why it is called irrigation. There's a difference between irrigation and watering. 90% of Ugandans do watering. By watering can, by a nozzle. That's not irrigation. Irrigation is artificial application of water according to plant requirement. That's the most key part. So if you're giving more than the plant requirement, you're basically watering. So that shows you that how far that we need to go to take up these technologies.
I think to add on what he has said, as a bridge between the technicians and the clients, I can say that it can be done. Because the major problem has been pricing. But you have come in with an affordable price, and really I think the clients are going to appreciate, and they will be able to do a lot of it, because most of them, that has been the major problem. And I think also something else I would request is getting ambassadors. to go ahead and spread the gospel. The gospel of cost effectiveness, the gospel of how effective physically, how it is effective on ground, so that the customers now buy the real thing we are talking about right now. Because I think the problem out there is lack of knowledge. They do not know what we are taking them into. That's why when he was trying to tell us everything here, I was paying close attention, because what he was teaching us is what exactly I'll be having to tell the clients so that they can buy the idea of doing the irrigation system.
Yeah, just one more thing I would like to comment on, if you allow me, please. For the watering, yes, most of the people are doing watering, and most of the countries, they are doing watering, not irrigation. But for the cost-effective or the cost relation products or ideas, sometimes you might pay X money to get this product, which is expensive for you. But in return, the return of value that you will get after that return of investment, you will get a lot. Sometimes you will get it in a term, sometimes you will get it indirect way. So for the water saving, you're paying this much water bill now. After you implement the system, you will pay this much. And it's not that you will return your investment after 6 months. No, you will keep saving forever. And whatever new technology came and you need to implement, you will keep saving. So it's not the matter that for own investment. For the farmers, one more thing, for the cost matter. This exercise with one farmer, one sprinkler, we do have offer it to him. We took a warranty of 5 years, and this is the price. He compared the price with a normal non-branded impact sprinkler in the field. Then he told me, it's 3 times higher than the normal pricing, so why I should pay? Told him it has a 5 years warranty. How many years did you get with the normal local one? He said, no warranty. How frequently you used to replace? He told me every year, once. So he's paying 5 times. We came to the second point about the production. We compare the water consumption, the plants. If you give it more water, you will kill it. You will not get the same benefit of plants, especially for the production. You will not get more product if you give more water. No, you need to give the precise amount of water to get the maximum product. So that was the second part for them. So there are many things related to the cost, related things that we need to highlight with the clients. We need to highlight with the end user. We need to explain it to him. And the most important point is the knowledge. As much as we know, as much as he know, we can be in a different level. We know less, we will stay in the bottom.
At the bottom, yes. And that's what these summits are about. We build bridges. Pamela, a bridge has been built, and now the end user and the suppliers are at par. But what would you say are some of the challenges when it comes to adapting and adopting to these technologies?
Thank you. So I think for a long time, there's been a misconception about the actual cost of irrigation. And I will say that even as an individual, regardless of, I might have a label on my head as a professional, but I equally got surprised. So there's a misconception that where there's technology, it is expensive. And this has happened, I think, even just simple things like solar lighting, things like, for example, even the issue of cars, hybrid versus pay my fuel every day. So naturally, we have been slower to adopt because of the fear of cost. And that is a conversation that we've been trying to have before about value, short-term cost versus long-term cost. And as landscape practitioners, there has been an increase in receptiveness towards irrigation, I must say, because I wish that this workshop had taken place in the middle of the January-February heat, where we are all uncomfortable. We all don't want to host visitors because our grass is brown and doesn't look nice enough. Javan, I think you need to. and these are practical questions we've had to have with clients and say, okay, do you like what your compound looks like for 3 to 6 months of the year? And where the answer is no, it has been sort of automatic to make a recommendation towards irrigation. So I think that coming up with a package for residential developments is quite timely. I would also like to extend the fact that this can be extended to other spaces, like schools and medical facilities, for example. I also had a very practical example. Together with my colleague Esther, we used to work, and Esther used to head the landscape department at KCCA, to make sure that your green reserves are green. Some of those days would have to do irrigation at night. Yes. You would need at least 6 trucks, 6 water bowsers full to run, to do your runs at night. That was fuel. Each of those trucks needed to have at least a minimum of 8 personnel who not only took home a monthly pay, because they're working at night under government of Uganda, you have to pay them an overnight allowance, which was at least 55,000 shillings for each of them. Meanwhile, and minus the driver. Okay, so just do that cost on labor. Then you also have monitoring challenges. Did they work? Did they not work? Okay. They took fuel. Did they work? Those are real experiences that we used to face. Okay, and it's and that is why this conversation also needs to be extended to public infrastructure. Earlier on, we were sort of putting Javan under the hot seat of the practicalities of dealing with public infrastructure and the need to sort of handle other issues, yeah? Like if people see the sprinklers, you know, our Katwe boys will be very eager to pick these parts. But we have to have this conversation. So when the city realized the cost was just exorbitant and their monitoring issues, it sort of is suspended. And that is why today our green spaces suffer during the dry season. But this does not have to be the story. It doesn't have to be the story. I think that there can be ways around it. And also for us as the landscape architects and the landscape contractors and practitioners, this is a conversation we have to have with our clients. When you go to a doctor, I think naturally you're more receptive to advice from the doctor than probably your spouse. If the doctor says, stop, no whiskey, you have medicine to take, you'll probably, yeah, the men are laughing, so I know they know what I'm talking about. You'll probably listen than if your wife told you, you know. So in the same manner,
I will
our
listen
clients,
to my wife.
Yeah, well, some of you want your dinner tonight, so you're going to say that. So in the same way, as architects and the landscape practitioners, the clients may be more receptive to the advice when they hear it from us. And for that reason, I guess, as Charity is asking for ambassadors, by default, we become the best ambassadors to what Springtech and Rainbird are asking us to do today. Yeah.
My dear experts, I could do this all day, but we've got to wrap this up. And while we wrap it up, Javan, would you agree with Charity on the ambassador issue? Because it's imperative that we send the information out. If we don't get out to the people, how else will they know? So is it something you would consider?
I think I really agree with my land architects. I don't know architects where they call them land, or that's for only lawyers.
By default.
So my land infrastructure architects, I really agree with you that we need to take up this knowledge, especially from us and the manufacturers, down to the grassroots. And she mentioned an interesting point of how many trucks they were using for water, and at night, how many people you have to pay allowances. Do you know whether they have worked or not? And this is what Fadi was talking about. I mean, the controller will tell you, no, I did not work yesterday. Yeah. That's one machine eliminating, hundreds of casual workers on site who don't sometimes, people, I'm not going to say it in the room, but people say that most of the casuals are not professional, which is a common song, I think, in Uganda. So it's imperative that as we partner with the Architect Society of Uganda, we started this partnership last year, to really bridge the gap, bring back the green initiatives, starting with residentials and also public infrastructure, where we also allianced with the Ministry of Works and Transport to make sure that all the infrastructure they are doing is irrigated. I'm happy to know that the stadiums that are being built, the Hoima Stadium, Kubwa Stadium, pitches of Makerere University and Chambogo are all irrigated. So this is the starting point. Yes. If you can irrigate a football pitch, what about your home? What about the pavements? What about the walkways where there are thousands of people? So it's a good conversation, and we're in the right direction. We'll pursue and we highly welcome your ambassadorship role, and we'll play our part as citizens, but as also private players who want to see Uganda and Africa better.
To add on a little bit on what they mentioned about watering with pipes, I had a very bad experience at Karuma. We planted grass when it was coming towards a dry spell. So we couldn't plant further, yet we had a deadline to hit. So we had to use bowsers to water. But on top of the hardship and the expense incurred in watering with a pipe, those pipes, you see, have got a lot of pressure. So they change the level that you have made to plant the grass. So we even had now to add in a cost of backfilling after the grass had established to remove the depressions that the pipes had created. So you really see that if we had used the irrigation system, it would even have been cheaper.
Yes.
So I think it is very good if you go ahead and interact with maybe more government bodies, so that the government also sinks it in that really irrigation is important, is cheaper, and more effective than the manual system.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
can you give me 20 seconds? Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay.
See, because I'm working with one site here for a stadium, and this will be the first IVM control system with the center control system, not only in Uganda, Central African countries, East and West African countries. So it will be the first in the region. That's why I told you we will see it after a few years somewhere else. Yeah, I'm proud to announce that.
And we intend on getting there. I lost my train of thought. He's going to pay for that. So you must have some questions that you would like to ask our panelists. Yes? Someone from Springtech, please help me. if you could be so kind.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Wilberforce Nsamba. I'm the CEO for Credo Management. We manage properties. We manage I think we're about the third largest managers of residential properties in this country. And we're in Bara and Gulu, all over the country. And from the experience of the properties we manage, over 150 of them, it has become imperative, Springtech, that we have alternative water sources in almost all the estates that we manage. In Gulu, I think last month we had a blackout in Gulu City, water shut down for about 2 weeks. Total blackout of water in the whole Gulu City, okay? And this is not the first time. It happens whenever they have a dry season and you run out of water. So the problem has even gone beyond irrigation, but to even our own consumption. And that's why I come to Springtech and ask what solutions, alternative water supply solutions of clean water can we have for residential homes and even commercial properties. Personally, as Credo, we are open to partnering to make sure that we have alternative sources of water in all the estates that we manage. And our investors are willing to take on that cost because then they know they have supply of water all through. We've seen vacancies happen and turnover because people are leaving the estates for lack of water when there are such spells. But the same thing happened in Barrow. We managed an estate of about 100 apartments. And whenever we would have a dry season, all the grass would dry up, but also the land would start to bring in ants and all those things. And this led to turnover of tenants in these estates. So what alternative water solutions can we have that is clean, sustainable, and can run all through the year? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Winnie. I'm a landscaper with Pots and Petals. I wanted to ask, maybe, I came late, I don't know whether I missed it, but some of the farms that we work on, or big compounds, they are managed by shamba boys or managers who have not necessarily gone to school. So the owners tend to complain that because we don't have moisture sensors, soil moisture sensors, they just irrigate because they know it's irrigation time. So they just water or irrigate because it's part of their job description. So I don't know whether your technology has soil moisture sensors that can be part of the startup packs for your clients. Then the other question is, with the sprinkler system, they also say that about 20 to 50% of the water is lost to evaporation during windy and dry days. 20 to 50%. That's a lot of water. So is that true? And how can we mitigate the loss? Because 20% of water is also a big cost and big volume of water lost. You can answer those two for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Simon. I work with Rainbow Spaces, a landscaper. My question is on those two packages you mentioned about. Do they include the pump? Or it's just the sprinkling system, the sprinklers and the pipes? Yes, and I wish to know what coverage. Because for me, I want to go and push this product to the residential people out there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ojur Abel. So my question is in the process of adopting, because we say that it is hard for the client to buy the idea. So could
could it be like there's a package in case the architecture is designed for me, then I'm going to build, then the landscape person comes in, so that I have that whole cost instead of me doing it in part, and it looks a bit costly. So it looks like I could have one wholesome figure that I know this is what I'm going to spend from my architectural drawing to my building, then to the landscape, so that my resident is looking good.
My name is Omgisha Oliver. My question is to the landscapers for green spaces. Okay, you realize apparently most people...
Can you speak louder, please?
Apparently, most people that grow maybe flowers and what in their compounds are using pesticides, maybe and herbicides for weed control and pests. And some of the pesticides and herbicides have an impact on the soil quality and all that. So have you taken that into consideration and maybe reaching out to those authorities that are in charge of that, maybe to regulate about the kind of pesticides and herbicides that these people should use? Thank you.
Okay, let's have our panelists first answer those. Just a kind reminder, they are still around even after the panel. You can interact with them and get as much insight as you wish. So I think we'll have Javan first with the credo management. The alternative water sources, what solutions do you have for dry zones?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wilberforce Nsamba, Credo Management. He's actually doubling as our president in BNI, Business Network International. I thought I would say that so that people know where you're coming from and how you're accredited with management of properties from the USA. Yeah, he's a certified property expert. So he mentioned a very important point of source of water. And in Uganda, we are still lucky to have surface water bodies and also underground water bodies. Now, underground water bodies in Uganda are still huge. It's a huge potential because majorly in all areas in the country, you find water between 50 to 120 feet. Now, this is water that you can use for irrigation. That's why we have done boreholes, especially that estate with 100 apartments, and all the consultants here have actually done boreholes throughout the country. This is a different scenario from Kenya. I think Kenya does a lot of boreholes, but they are deeper. You find the borehole going up to 300 meters, that's 600, 900 feet. In Uganda, we are talking of 100 to 200. Even when they do that, they still have to do treatment because their water, most of their water reserves have issues with iron and saltiness of the water, depending on, especially those near the Rift Valley. Now, so here we are still blessed to have underwater resources which you can explore, and this is clean water. Even if you find it not fit for agriculture, you can still do some treatment. And National Water has been helpful in establishing a very good laboratory that can test water quality. I think even Ministry of Water does. And there are a lot of private players who have laboratories that you quickly establish the water quality, and you can use this for irrigation. Now, the other important aspect that is really, we are happy to say has taken off at a very high stage is about power. Solar, there's a solar transformation, and at Springtech, we pride ourselves in solar pumps. We have we have sort of become champions in solar water pumping. Now, solar, we experience around 6 hours of sunshine hours. Actually, in like Gulu, where you are, does 8 hours of sunshine in a day. So what does that mean? That we can tap in that sunshine potential to drive the pumps. And I'm proud to say 90% of our irrigation systems that we have installed all over the country, I think now we are over, this year, we are in over 600 irrigation systems, 90% are solar powered. Because we lie along the equator and we have a lot of sunshine, so we can use it to power water for communities, for irrigation, and for other uses. Somebody mentioned Winnie from also a serious landscaper in Kampala. I mentioned something to do with wind, which I think Fadi will touch. It's not advisable to irrigate during windy times, because when you irrigate when there is wind, a sort of water starts splashing in all directions. But when you look at Rainbird technology, there's what we call rain curtain, or what we call efficient distribution of water. You will not lose as much water to those level of 50% as other manufacturers who do not embed the technology within the nozzle, which I think Fadi can touch on that. But that's, in irrigation, we say when it is windy, try to postpone the irrigation unless you have an efficient sprinkler like Rainbird, which is pop-up, that will sort of not lose as much water as you can. Now, in evaporation, Fadi will touch that. We have a paper developed by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, which dictates the whole world how evaporation, is measured throughout. We call it ET0, evapotranspiration. When you irrigate, you have water lost through the surface of the plant, and you also have water lost through transpiration, and also evaporation from the ground. Yes. Then they combine it to call it evapotranspiration. So when we are irrigating, we take note, because evapotranspiration happens differently. In Gulu, it's not the same as in Mbarara, because of difference in humidity and other factors, and even soil conditions. So we take note of that and make sure we apply the right amount of water in excess of what will be lost. So at the end of the day, the plant gets what it needs to get. Thank you.
So Fadi, while you substantiate on what Javan had to say, maybe you could also tackle the issue of if the system has a moisture sensor, if the technology allows for, okay, now we need a little bit of moisture, let's release.
Yes.
So please.
Actually, just I need to clarify one thing. For the moisture sensor and the AT, for me as agriculture engineer or as irrigation engineer, I prefer to go with AT-based systems. Why? Because the AT, it will be calculated as per the required water per the plant. So if the field capacity, or if the water tank of the plant, which is in the road zone, we call it a water tank. If it's less by 20%, then I need to fill it 20%. If it's less by 50%, I need to fill it by 50%. I don't need to keep it drought, or I don't need to over irrigate, because I will lose that water. This is the AT, how does it work? But if we go to moisture sensor, it will calculate what is the moisture in that soil, in that area, that particular area. So you can imagine that in case you have a huge area, that how many moisture sensor that you need to connect. Yeah, it's efficient, and will give the system an order to shut down the system. But is it efficient alone to be used? No. Because we have one site in Dubai where our client, he insists us, I need a moisture sensor. We did the installation for the moisture sensor, and we have activated the AT technology through our center control system, which we have introduced today. The combination between both, you know what was the result? There was a flood happened last year in Dubai in April. At that time, where you find an only moisture sensor alone, it holds the system to shut down for 2-3 days only. With our combination with our system, it was not irrigating for almost 2 to 3 weeks. It held the irrigation. So you can imagine that one stopped only for 3 days,
and start irrigating. All what they have irrigated, that was a wastage of water. So that's why our system is compatible with both, but it's the best to get both combination. For the windy weather, yes, it's not advisable to irrigate because the wind will affect the evaporation and the loss of water. But do we have a solution? Yes, we do have a solution. We do have something, we call it R-van, which is rotary van nozzle. It's nozzle where you can fix on the sprinkler. It's irrigating in lines, not spray. And the water droplet size, it's big. So the wind cannot hold those drops to take it to somewhere else. But we did a test up to 15 miles per hour. It's working. If it's more than that, then no, it's advisable not to go for irrigation during the windy weather. You can go for a subsurface at that point. There was a question for the sprinkler spaces and distances, right? Sprinkler spacing. For the sprinkler, that for how long the range that we do have?
No, I think I get his question. He wanted to know the price, whether the price is inclusive of the pump. Now, because of different shapes and formations of different gardens, one garden is an L shape, another one is square, another one is circular, another one has walkways, another one has a fountain in the middle, and we don't want to irrigate where there is no lawn, where there is no flower. It's very hard to come up with a particular package. But all I can say is when this land is irregular, when you have so many shapes, then it will push the cost a little bit higher because you need to cater for those deviations, for those aesthetics. But in a nutshell, the price has the pump. The pump, you need a 2-3 cubic meter per hour, a pump. And also you can first decide not to do automation. You do it manual, but you'll be going, you have to start from somewhere. But when you have an automated system, it could cost you, a normal residential house, between 5 to 6 million. And I think you could get a decent one with a pumping unit, controller, and a set of nozzles, valves, and piping network to your lawn. But it's a case by case, and what we pledge from here is that we'll be helping you design. Once you have a shape, you send it to our engineers, they design. Once you have 1 or 2 designs, then it will become easy. With the tools that are online, we have an online tool that he will share after here. You'll be able to punch in and export an image, and it will help you design in your land and break down the BOQs too, so that you're able to price them.
I spoke to Javan earlier about his company, and he said, Sheila, I will talk your ear off until next week. He was not joking. He's so passionate about these things. But Javan, thank you so much. But let's visit Charity again. The question that came your way is a very important question. I've worked with Bukola Chemical Industries, and they do agree that some chemicals should not be used in certain places. So what's your take on us maintaining our green with these pesticides and herbicides and whatnot?
I will not say that it's something easy, because I'll just say I personally, because we have a very big problem in Uganda right now on the side of landscapers. We don't have an association that brings us together. And if we had one, we would really solve certain issues. Even when we have a problem or we have knowledge to share, it would go across very fast. For example, I sit on the Nairobi District Horticulture Group, and there is a semi-group which deals with how to organically treat your lawn, how to organically, when we are doing green spaces, we don't only do the lawns and the shrubs, we also go as far as herbs and fruits. So at least from that group, I've been able to get skills on how to organically treat and spray the fruits and the vegetables for safer health of our clients. But there is no way I will guarantee safety or guarantee that the message will go across when we don't have like a group that brings us together, an association. So maybe I think we should sit down as landscapers and think about having something that will bring us together so that we can take the message across.
Now, Pamela, while the landscapers figure out how to do this amongst themselves, someone has money. Abel has money. He wants to give you his money. You draw his plans, you get the landscapers on ground, you build his house, he gets in and sleeps. Do you have a package for him?
Okay, but very quickly, I just wanted to talk about the issue of the herbicides and pesticides. Like I said, I also work as a regulator, so I sort of understand. First of all, I believe this is a role of National Drug Authority to regulate what comes in.
Yeah.
As a result, if that is a challenge, then are they not doing it right? Can they do it better? Another thing I talked about is the issue of maintenance, which is grossly underestimated in this country, right from buildings to landscape spaces. From the landscape projects that we handle, and for the landscape designers, I want to encourage you to do this. Have a maintenance conversation with your clients. Normally that maintenance conversation, sometimes they don't want to pay for it, but they need to know the value in it. You would have a maintenance schedule, you would have a plant replacement schedule, you would have conversations of irrigation, you would also be talking about pest management conversation. When you have these conversations with your clients, ideally you should also give them the options, and they're natural pesticides options on the market. So we need to have full conversations with our clients on these issues. Ensure that your clients get full value for the services that they are paying for, and then we can handle this better before we even move to an association. Although that is a conversation we shall also have. Yeah. Now, on the issue of services, I'll be very honest with you. I like to be very honest with clients. Under normal circumstances, like I said earlier, everyone has a role to play in this discussion of development. And then development is also not overnight. And we don't expect you to have a full bag of cash there waiting to execute this thing called development. What normally happens is you would go out, purchase land, approach an architect to do design for you, and it is not necessarily the architect's role for example, to do everything. They would most likely get on board a structural engineer, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer. These days I've had, there's an irrigation engineer on board, security. The point is get all these people on board. After that, normally what happens is once you have your requisite permissions, you'll then move to the construction stage. And the construction stage would also involve contractors. And the various contractors would also give you the bill and what the scope of works includes. The scope of works the contractor may say, I'll do for you the landscape. Or he would say, maybe I can recommend Charity and Winnie, to do the outdoor works. Ideally, all of these people are going to have a price tag attached to it. At the beginning and commencement of the project, I think that it is, what is practical is that you may get a range of that cost, and you may also get a breakdown of how that cost is going to be spent. But in practice, I think for me it would be ideally impractical to say that I can promise you the entire cost of the project. And as a result, even with government projects, that is why we end up in issues, because you will have a change to that cost. But what is practical is, first of all, you who I come to at the beginning, who is the architect, and I think I have seen a couple of my colleagues here, the architects. What is practical is for us to give you an expectation of this full menu. that you should have. What is also practical is to approach this as a phased approach. Okay, and that phased approach will even extend to outdoor works. I wanted to say that Javan's bill may look very expensive at the beginning, but as architects, landscape architects and practitioners, it's also practical to say, okay, what is a short-term plan? Maybe the short-term plan is the client can only afford grass, okay? And long-term plan may be the following year. He may be able to get some money and then he's able to put in an irrigation system. So that is a win situation over a long period of time, although the reality is they'll dig up your compound again. So we have to manage expectations both in terms of what the package should include and then also the cost implication for it. But don't be discouraged. We all, as they say, you eat an elephant one bite at a time.
Well, a little bit. I want to I would like to put something right. You know, there is a problem. There's a very big problem we have that I think we need to sit with our architects and resolve. You know, in Uganda, professional landscaping has not been taken seriously like any other professions. So we have very few professional landscapers. And the most people, when we are talking, the most people we are referring to as landscapers are actually gardeners. And that's why I tried to explain who landscapers are at the beginning of this conversation. So I think we need either to, that is why I'm calling upon maybe an association so that we can sit together. At least those people who are unprofessional can get training from those who are professional so that we can make our profession appreciated by our clients.
Okay, well, just 5 minutes, sorry. I think that one of the things we need to appreciate is the longest serving professionals in this country were trained here. Yeah. I'm going to give you a bit of history. We know that previously technical courses like engineering and architecture were handled at University of Nairobi. Most of the older architects and engineers were trained in Nairobi.
Even landscape?
Yes, and for that reason also, landscape architecture, I know that Makerere first trained architects, you won't believe, in the 90s, okay? So as a result, landscape architecture is better developed in contexts like Nairobi because the universities taught this. The few of us who've, like I told you, I am trained as a building architect, but was fortunate to have courses. Yeah. My colleague Esther is there. Esther and Miriam, who I know are trained as landscape architects, were not trained here. And however, I know that now universities, I don't know if there are any students here, have better incorporated the landscape architecture course. So for that reason, maybe in the next 5 years, we shall have better trained landscape architects. Also, right now, the only body that is able to regulate landscape architects is, for now, the International Federation of Landscape Architects, and we are just a handful of us. I know me and my 2 other colleagues that I came with. However, hopefully after this year, because we have a big meeting towards the end of the year, we shall be able to have some sort of organization of sorts and charity. I think that we will invite you to the table to bring in your...
Pamela, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to cut you short.
You see, lastly...
Pamela and Charity, I am so sorry.
Please, a minute, please. You see, now you're talking about the high level, which is the architect. I'm talking about the informal sector. The informal sector, who are the majority people in the landscape field. And there are these people who do certificates. For example, CD in Myenga, they do train landscapers They are not architects, but they hold a certificate and they are professional, so they do something professional in the field. So when we are talking about the association and improvement and gaining skills, we are not looking at the degree level or that architecture, landscape architecture. We are looking at the informal sector, which is the biggest contributor, or the people who contribute more and participate more in the landscape field.
Charity and Pamela, I'm putting you in a timeout. So we need to move on to the next, because the next group of people, this sector is very, very important, and it's going to be opened by Rainbird. The Rainbird team is taking us, we're transitioning into the agricultural sector, which is very, very important. If we're going to talk about water resilience, if we're going to talk about sustainability of the environment and climate change, I think the agriculture sector deserves its flowers. So the team from Rainbird, you're welcome. But please, let's applaud our panelists. However ungovernable, but we have learned so much from them. And like I said, all our experts are around until the cows go home. So you can approach them, you know, whenever you want.
And thank you to the moderator.
You are too kind. So let's have the team from Rainbird come in, take us to the agriculture sector. After that, we do have other panelists coming in to discuss the agriculture sector, and these ones are rather exceptional engineers. I cannot wait for you to meet them. Rainbird, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for your attendance today. It's truly a great pleasure and honor to have you all here today. And I want also to extend, on behalf of Rainbird, to extend my sincerely gratitude for Springtech team for the organization of this summit. And I want also to start talking about or highlighting something that happened recently, which is Rainbird has acquired a new factory or a facility in Jordan, and we already established a new entity in Jordan called Rainbird Jordan. This factory used to be working in the same field of agriculture, irrigation materials. It was called Adritic, but now the entity is called Rainbird Jordan, which will be easier for us to serve the region, especially Middle East and Africa, and facilitate more the logistics for the region. Beside what my colleague Fadi demonstrated about the irrigation control and valves and water management systems, we are going to talk now about the specific products for agriculture use. We are going to talk about the drip lines, tapes, sprinklers, and all the emitters that used for agriculture, beside the control units or water management systems that Shadi mentioned in his presentation. I will start with our BC inline emitters, BC inline emitters, which is called drip line. We call that Grit X. Why it's Grit X? Because it's anti-grit. It's including continuous self-flushing mechanism that allow the dripper to be against the grits or against being blocking. We have 3 models from the Grit X drip line, which is Grit X BC and Grit X DSV, Grit X SDI. The difference between the 3 models is that the Grit X BC is just a BC and self-flushing emitter. And the main feature that Rainbird offers through this product is that we have the smart spacing. The smart spacing allow you to order the product with your own configuration. Especially when we use a drip line for trees, we have a huge distance between trees, and we really want to irrigate outside the tree trunk to increase sometimes we have more than 5 between every tree. Hello? And we want to reduce the water conservation, increase water conservation for this distance. So we can adjust the configuration to get the emitters in certain spaces, and we can also add a solid or spaces between the emitters. So we can have it for 3 emitters at 50 centimeters, then we have 1 meter for solid without any emitters, then we can get the same configuration again repeated. And for the Grit X DSV, it's the same. We can get it for the same configuration like BC, but we have here more option. It's called DSV, so it's dual seal valve. Dual seal valve means that this emitter will be BC and siphon, no drain. Okay, so we can have all the option with the DSV model. And the last one is the Grit X SDI. It's sub-drip irrigation. It's the same configuration or same features like Grit X DSV. However, we can use it as a subsurface irrigation drip line. And this is because of the cover shell technology, which is a patent for Rainbird. The cover shell technology allow prevent the root intrusion, and we give about 16 years for as a warranty for root against root intrusion for the Grit X SDI. I will invite my colleague Ahmed to talk more about the tape.
Hello, good evening. How are you? Thank you for your time today. I will talk about the green tape or the tapes that manufactured in Rainbird Jordan now. We have two types of tapes. We called it drip tape or green tape. For this one, it's continuous strip, as we see on the that show. It's a continuous strip. It's a low flow, low pressure. The flow we had it range from 1.1 liter per hour 2 liter per hour, 1.65 and 2 liter per hour as mentioned here. The thickness, it's start from 0.6 mil, it's 0.15 millimeter to 4 millimeter, it's 15 mil. And it's the operating pressure for this product, it's 0.8 bar. And we can produce it with the outer diameter 17 millimeter and 22 millimeter. The next tape, it's A tape. We called it A tape. It's a separate emitter, and it's the same features of the green tape. Operating pressure 0.8 bar, and the flow range, it's different here. It's 1 liter and 2 liter just per hour. We can make it 15 centimeter spacing, 15, 20, 25, 35 to 1 meter spacing. And the thickness, it's the same, 6 mil to 15 mil. It's 15 millimeter to 0.4 millimeter. And these tape are producing and manufacturing in Rainbird, Jordan now. And that's it. But the spacing for the first one, for the green tape, it starts from 10 centimeter to 1 meter. It's 10, 20, 30 to 1 meter spacing between it. And we have to take 5 minutes, then we can continue.
Okay, now we will continue with the products that we can get from Rainbird, Jordan. Now we are with the drip line for the non-BC drip line. We have the non-BC drip line with 4 outlets with self-flushing technique also, and we can get it in several thicknesses and emitter spacing. And here is the fitting, 60 millimeter fitting that will be fitted with all Rainbird drip lines, even if it was Grit X or the Adrilite, the one that produced in Jordan. And now with the sprinklers, the main sprinkler with Rainbird is the LF sprinkler. LF means low flow sprinkler, because at the maximum pressure, operating pressure, and maximum operating range also, the total flow will be 1.6 meter per hour, serving 15.2 meter as a radius. And here we can use the Rainbird Uniformity Brew application. It's a free application. It's an online application that we can use it to enter all the characteristics of the design, of irrigation design, especially for the sprinklers. And
Hamza, I'm so sorry. We'll have to continue after lunch. We'll continue the training after lunch.
Sorry?
We'll have to continue this training after lunch.
Okay.
Let's have the panel discussion now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize. We are just strapped for time. We're going to go in for our next panel discussion. And we have representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, Nexus Green, Xylem Kinetic. So, engineer, we have Orlando Allen from MAIF, representing MAIF. Please come on up, please. We have Duncan Chinji of Xylem Kinetic. Aloysius, Nexus Green. And Philasian for Springtech.
They're all gentlemen. We can do this. We can move faster. People are hungry for what you have to say because the agriculture sector is suffering. So this session is under the theme Irrigation for Thriving Livelihoods. And the theme focus is basically irrigation as a tool for economic empowerment and climate resilience beyond our cities. We put so much attention in our cities. Why God created a woman, you know, to help a man organize himself. So when the panel has only men, I think I need to bring Charity or Pamela back. Yeah. That's okay. Phyllis, since you are the one holding us, I'll start with you. How is Springtech enhancing irrigation for thriving livelihoods? So simply put, what are you doing about irrigation and what impact does it have on livelihoods outside the cities?
Good afternoon, team. I'm called File Tumuramia, and I head irrigation at Springtech. Springtech, we are set out as an irrigation company, and majorly if you talk about irrigation in Uganda, I think it is something currently that is not more than 10 years old in the conversation. Before that, I think people used to think about irrigation as for large scale and all that, but now I think it is coming up to go up to the small scale holder. So Springtech, we are doing a lot of awareness, educating communities and farmers about why they need to take up irrigation. Like previous speakers mentioned about the change in climate conditions, the changes making where people still wait for rain, they don't get it. So we go to the communities and tell them, look, we no longer have to wait for the seasons that we used to know, the other 2 seasons. Now we have to do irrigation, and we teach them about why irrigation is that important, because they are doing farming as a business. If you are doing farming and you are irrigating, you increase the productivity. So we give them the importance of irrigation, and then we come up with also innovative solutions. We tailor solutions to meet their needs. So basically, that's the role of Springtech. That's what we are trying to do, that irrigation is adopted even to the smallest farmer.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Aloysius, Nexus Green has made its name as well in the realm of agriculture when it comes to smart technologies. So based on your field experience, what's the most common misconception about irrigation among smallholder farmers?
Thank you. So I'm Aloysius Mbanjizi. I head the design component at Nexus Green, and also I'm an irrigation engineer. I've been practicing for now close to 15 years in the industry. Nexus Green, we have, key to note, maybe the project we are running countrywide, where we are doing over 600 sites countrywide, and we are equipping them with a mix of irrigation and water supply services. So countrywide, when you check what is happening is, of course, when you look at the industry first, is that many farmers do not appreciate the relevancy of design. They want walk-in, and when you check what most of these service providers are doing, basically, first of all, irrigation is taken as an afterthought. It comes when the sun has hit the gardens, and so farmers are in a rush to make a quick fix to save the crop. So it's not a planned four kind of budget element, which I think this meeting helps us to resolve, because now it means the people who are doing farm plannings, people doing landscapes, will already put it in the budget of the project so that it's able to be forecast as an expense. So you find people want to work in the stores and shops and companies which are selling irrigation equipment to get irrigation there and then. So it then brings out this component of urgency without money. So they keep going down to from irrigation, they scale down to watering. So you find instead of taking these beautiful efficient systems that we have, they end up going with the smallest and simplest version of them, just to rescue the crops, because there's no money, there's no plan, there's no budget. So in that time, they don't even listen to the design, they don't even listen to the engineering. They just want something that can apply water in the garden right there and then. So, but we have, of course, approached it in a different way, where we are now making sure that whatever site is going out has to be designed. We take the farmers through to make sure that they are appreciating the information that is fed from the design component, and then they are able to apply it in the actual implementation of the irrigation process.
I see. So, Orlando, based on those misconceptions of how expensive irrigation can be and when to use them, what are you doing to make sure that, you know, people can attain it?
Thank you so much, moderator, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Alan Orlando. I work as a senior engineer in the Ministry of Agriculture in a department that heads water for production in the country. And as a department, we are always innovating, coming up with programs that focus on smallholder farmers, specifically irrigation. Of late, as you've heard the previous speakers, irrigation is catching up. And as a government, as a ministry, we are really looking at smallholder farmers, championing micro-scale irrigation and small-scale irrigation. Now, there are so many constraints that is affecting accessibility and uptake for irrigation. Such constraints can be financial, we have technological constraints, we have knowledge constraints, and as a ministry, we come up with programs that address and remove barriers in regards to these constraints. We are implementing one of the programs that you may have had, the micro-scale irrigation program, which is supporting smallholder farmers to acquire and access micro-scale irrigation equipment. This is one of the initiatives that we brought on board to tackle that segment of the smallholder farmers that we haven't been working on. You've heard that we've had enough initiatives to do with medium and large-scale irrigation development in the country, and we are continuing that. But there was that segment of farmers, the individual farmers who we had left out, and we started thinking of 5 years ago, and that's how the micro-scale irrigation program came on board. To address the issues of financial constraints, we have come up with the matching grant mechanism, where farmers contribute a certain percentage towards acquiring irrigation equipment. And I'm glad there are also other programs which have adopted the model that have taken it up. I have heard of a program under UECC. We supported them, and they are also supporting farmers to get these subsidies to acquiring irrigation equipment. When it comes to the technological solutions, we are partnering with companies such as Springtech. Springtech is one of our leading partners, and I'm glad they actually invited us for this platform to also interface with our different clients. We are partnering with them to be the leading people to bring up these technologies, such as what we are hearing right now. So we are encouraging private sector to come up and bridge this gap of delivering these irrigation technologies to our smallholder farmers. And this is the key driver that we really encourage. Government is not going to be the one to always procure and hand out this equipment by themselves. We have to work with the private sector, and we have to bring them on board so that they can grow. And of late, we are seeing a lot of companies coming up and taking up this initiative. When it comes to knowledge about irrigation, a lot of awareness has been done. A lot of information dissemination has been done. Now our smallholder farmers not only know about the bottle irrigation, but now they know the other technologies, the drip, sprinkler, drag hose, and all this equipment is now becoming affordable for them. So we are always coming up with ways in which to deliver this irrigation equipment to our smallholder farmers through working with the private sector and also addressing the issues of funding, money, by working with also the financial institutions. Thank you.
I see. So Aloysius, based on your experience and exposure, is local innovation an option? Because it's a lot cheaper if we can create these technologies ourselves. Is it an option? And if it is, what's stopping us from pursuing it?
Okay. Irrigation being a technology, you realize there's less we can do in the local innovation space, given that as Uganda, we are kind of limited to how far we can go trying to innovate, because an irrigation equipment is not just a water delivery kind of mechanism. It is also has to do with various things like irrigation uniformity, distribution uniformity, and all those coefficients that require to be applied within the technology itself, so that the elements of irrigation are delivered to the crop as the target kind of recipient of the water. So you will, okay, we have some innovations like tracking equipment. That one has been done. It's local, thanks to the company. It's already in partnership with Springtech. And also we have some, but you will find that they are really kind of working in tandem with the imported technology. Yeah, we have some people who have tried to make water pumps. Yeah, but you realize now that because of the industrial revolutions in other countries like China, the products can reach here at affordable prices and they wipe your production costs. So you find you cannot compete. But with irrigation, because of the being a technology aspect, you find that basically there's less we can locally innovate here, apart from just maybe supporting the already existing technologies.
Okay. Now, Engineer Duncan couldn't be with us, unfortunately. However, Javan has spotted Engineer Musimenta, still with HSC. It would be an honor if you could come and share your insights with us. So while you make your way to us, back to Philly, how is Springtech adapting its technologies to meet the needs of small-scale rural farmers?
Thank you. Springtech, like I mentioned earlier, there has been this misconception, people thinking irrigation is only for big-scale, large-scale farming. So Springtech, we innovate, we tailor solution to these smallholder farmers to make sure we meet their needs, because we are coming from a background of where there has been no irrigation at all. So we have to make sure that it is something to begin with. That's when we have in the I don't want to call drag hose an irrigation system, but then it is something to begin with. We have smaller kits. We have laser irrigation system, where we have kits coming in with right away from a quarter an acre up to like 5 acres. So we try to make sure we tailor solutions to cater for every farmer, so that there is no one left behind on irrigation part.
Okay, I see. Engineer Musimenta, we are humbled that you could make your way up here to aid us, with your knowledge. For someone who has been at it for a very long time, we shall be realistic. There are not many solutions that favor the common man. It's not as cheap as we want to make it seem. Yeah? So in your many years of expertise, what are the available, realistic, and sustainable options available for the common man?
You. Thank you for the invitation. Irrigation is slowly starting to catch up. And one of the biggest issues has been that cost is put at the forefront. And they think that rain-fed agriculture is going to always be the cheaper option. But unfortunately, it has a lot of hidden losses in terms of productivity. We look at production as production, but then there's productivity per square meter or per tree, if it's coffee, and those are the areas that we need to look at to justify the economic financial viability of irrigation. And also, like the previous speakers have said, another thing to look at is not to look at irrigation as just mere watering, because I've just got 5 liters and I have smeared, face washing. You've just smeared some areas with some water to water the place, and you're not covering up the root. So I know that there are some technologies where people are not looking at the application and how much is needed to ensure that the crop gives you what you want. You need production from it, so you must supply adequate water to it. Now, how do you deliver that? We have solar pumping options. We also have the other non-renewable energy pumping options. That is the first phase. Then we have also drip irrigation. In our unplanned, we have had coffee or other crops, perennial crops for a long time. We can use push-on emitters, like I see you have here. And the Rainbird, I have used Rainbird for a long time. Those push-on emitters could be one which could rhyme into what is existing. Then we also have laser spray tapes, which you can also add on to deliver. But then something that we have not been considering much has been automation. And I have loved that automation has come out clearly, not only from Rainbird, but from the practitioners. They have appreciated how automation delivers value, and that is very important. I'm also engaged in automation for water treatment and also reuse of wastewater. So, and reuse of wastewater is important because that improves water efficiency, minimizes nuisances, and in a brief, that was what I could talk about, the technologies that we should look at how to economically look at the advantages of you'd be surprised that production can multiply by up to 5 times. Same garden, but more production. And all that can be delivered through the delivery of water to the crop in time, and to also be happy and give you more products. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Orlando, let's close this. Just tell me, what is the ministry doing when it comes to we have dry corridors in the west, in the north. It's a big problem. What are you doing about it? You have agriculture officers in every single district. Are they working hand in hand with National Water, with the Ministry of Water? What is being done to ensure that these farmers get what they need?
Thank you very much. To upscale irrigation, you definitely need the technical people on ground. You need technical services, and we do that through the extensive extension system that we have, which is spread across the country. We also have senior agricultural engineers in every district to handle aspects of water for agricultural production, design for irrigation systems, and water for production. These are our frontline engineers, technical support that is really out there to bridge the gap between the ministry, the government, the local government, and the farmers. They listen to the farmers' needs and put them into action, reality, designing the systems and ensuring that they receive the systems. There are so many challenges. You talked about the dry corridors, and these are areas which do not have a lot of water resources. At the ministry, we also have programs that support establishment of water resources where they are not. In Uganda, we claim that we have abundant water resources, but in most cases, the water resources are not where we need them to be. So, of course, it's not everywhere that you're going to drill and find water. There are a lot of initiatives, both in the Ministry of Water and also the Ministry of Agriculture, trying to deliver bulk water to different areas. We're also coming up with the programs that shall be able to move water from where the water resources are, for example, rivers, utilizing rivers and streams, and distributing them to large areas so that farmers are able to access the water for irrigation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I cannot express my gratitude enough for coming here and this fast. We are going to take a short lunch break. Should it be? Yes. We're going to take a very short lunch break. After that, we have accolades. We are going to acknowledge some of the best key players, in ensuring that we have a smarter, a greener Uganda, a greener and smarter Kampala. So please make your way for lunch. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll see you again after lunch. The experts, again, are still here. You will have a chance to talk to them. Please scan the QR codes on your table. Your feedback is very important to Springtech and Rainbird. Scan the QR codes, register. Also scan the QR codes and you get your photographs. I know you want them. You want to put on your statuses. You got nothing all day. So please make your way to lunch. We'll be back shortly. Thank you so much.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime.
So they're bringing coupons to you. When you get a coupon, then you can move. Without a coupon, I don't think you'll get lunch. So let's just be patient. We get our coupons, then we make our way to the lunch station.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Please note, lunch is being served at the restaurant, straight through the hotel, all the way down. Please make your way there. Thank you.
Women and children still trek long distances to access clean water. Unpredictable weather disrupts rain-fed agriculture, exacerbating hunger, poverty, and limited access to essential water and energy resources. Tackling these challenges is key to unlocking Uganda's true potential and transforming lives of its people. There's a company committed to solving Uganda's water, irrigation, and energy needs. Guided by a vision of becoming an international benchmark for water and energy solutions in African communities, Springtech, your perfect partner for water and energy solutions in African communities. We specialize in innovative solutions that enhance livelihoods in Uganda's homes, farms, industries, and communities. We design and install irrigation, water pumping, solar, boreholes, and generator solutions.
We started with using engine-powered pumps. You have to have fuel, which fuel you have to keep in the house. Sometimes if not well kept in, it will burn. But this time we've come up with solar solutions, where you can just pump whatever amount of water, be it from the single pump to a big pump using one panel. And this we have all innovated through the last 8 years.
At Springtech, we recognize that water isn't just a resource, but the essence of life itself. When nature falls short of providing sufficient water, our advanced irrigation systems step in to make a difference. Our modern irrigation solutions are designed to maximize water efficiency and enhance crop yield. We help farmers enhance productivity and ensure food security. Whether you're managing a large-scale farm or a small garden, our customized irrigation solutions cater to your unique requirements. We partner with the world's leading manufacturers to provide quality solutions for all your needs.
At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers.
Guided by the intelligent use of water, we ensure that every drop is used to its fullest potential for plant growth.
It came in at the right time before we would lose our fruit due to strong drought. So we were assisted greatly by this irrigation.
Our solar-powered water pumping solutions ensure water is accessible everywhere, even in the most remote location. From home to communities, farms to industries, schools to hospitals, our solar-powered pumping systems are transforming how Uganda powers its future, providing reliable, renewable energy, reducing dependence on the grid, fossil fuels, and other associated costs.
Saba Yusuf had an issue of water. Yes, he has a water source, but how to deliver water to the gardens and to his animals, it was a challenge. So he approached Springtech, and we were able to help him with a solar-powered system. It has a capacity of filling his big reservoir of 200 cubics within 5 to 7 hours.
Access to clean water is essential. Springtech has expertise in borehole pumps for small and large-scale applications. Utilization of underground water resources is made possible with Springtech borehole solution.
We are located in different locations in Uganda. We have basically over 4 branches now. By this, we want to make sure we reach all parts of Uganda. We are making it easier for our customers to access us in the different regions of Uganda.
At Springtech, flawless project execution is always the goal. We implement projects aimed at bringing water and energy to communities that really need them.
We aim at executing projects flawlessly, delivering the projects in time and on budget. We shall deliver within the required standards and quality that you require. So every project you have installed in any community makes the ladies, the children to walk less distance in search of water. And the good thing about irrigation is it introduces the third season. The third season enables you to grow crops at the time when people are not growing. So in doing so, when you produce at a time of scarcity, you get a better price, you earn more.
Through our vibrant corporate social responsibility campaigns, we actively give back and make a positive impact. Springtech, your perfect partner.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong. Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda, blessed with fertile land, abundant water resources, and over 6 hours of daily sunshine, holds immense potential. However, many women and children still trek long distances to access clean water. Unpredictable weather disrupts rain-fed agriculture, exacerbating hunger, poverty, and limited access to essential water and energy resources. Tackling these challenges is key to unlocking Uganda's true potential and transforming lives of its people. There's a company committed to solving Uganda's water, irrigation, and energy needs. Guided by a vision of becoming an international benchmark for water and energy solutions in African communities, Springtech, your perfect partner for water and energy solutions in African communities. We specialize in innovative solutions that enhance livelihoods in Uganda's homes, farms, industries, and communities. We design and install irrigation, water pumping, solar, boreholes, and generator solutions.
We started with using engine-powered pumps. You have to have fuel, which fuel you have to keep in the house. Sometimes if not well kept in, it will burn. But this time we've come up with solar solutions, where you can just pump whatever amount of water, be it from the single pump to a big pump using one panel. And this we have all innovated through the last 8 years.
At Springtech, we recognize that water isn't just a resource, but the essence of life itself. When nature falls short of providing sufficient water, our advanced irrigation systems step in to make a difference. Our modern irrigation solutions are designed to maximize water efficiency and enhance crop yield. We help farmers enhance productivity and ensure food security. Whether you're managing a large-scale farm or a small garden, our customized irrigation solutions cater to your unique requirements. We partner with the world's leading manufacturers to provide quality solutions for all your needs.
At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers.
Guided by the intelligent use of water, we ensure that every drop is used to its fullest potential for plant growth.
It came in at the right time before we would lose our fruit due to strong drought. So we were assisted greatly by this irrigation.
Our solar-powered water pumping solutions ensure water is accessible everywhere even in the most remote location. From home to communities, farms to industries, schools to hospitals, our solar-powered pumping systems are transforming how Uganda powers its future, providing reliable, renewable energy, reducing dependence on the grid, fossil fuels, and other associated costs.
Saba Yusuf had an issue of water. Yes, he has a water source, but how to deliver water to the gardens and to his animals, it was a challenge. So he approached Springtech, and we were able to help him with a solar-powered system. It has a capacity of filling his big reservoir of 200 cubics within 5 to 7 hours.
Access to clean water is essential. Springtech has expertise in borehole pumps for small and large-scale applications. Utilization of underground water resources is made possible with Springtech borehole solution.
We are located in different locations in Uganda. We have basically over 4 branches now. By this, we want to make sure we reach all parts of Uganda. We are making it easier for our customers to access us in the different regions of Uganda.
At Springtech, flawless project execution is always the goal. We implement projects aimed at bringing water and energy to communities that really need them.
We aim at executing projects flawlessly, delivering the projects in time and on budget. We shall deliver within the required standards and quality that you require. So every project you have installed in any community makes the ladies, the children to walk less distance in search of water. And the good thing about irrigation is it introduces the third season. The third season enables you to grow crops at the time when people are not growing. So in doing so, when you produce at a time of scarcity, you get a better price. You earn more.
Through our vibrant corporate social responsibility campaigns, we actively give back and make a positive impact. Springtech, your perfect partner.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda's irrigation sector is evolving, driven by the need to enhance agricultural productivity and cope with climate change. While agriculture is a cornerstone to Uganda's economy, it heavily depends on rainfall, which is becoming increasingly unreliable. As a result, about 67% of the country requires irrigation to supplement rainfall during certain seasons. At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers, ensuring sustainable water management and better crop yields.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Orton Engelhart was a farmer, a guy who just loved to tinker. He had a shop. I say a shop, it was really just kind of a little shed, but he had the capability to mold metal and pound parts and things like that. They were ranchers, they were growing oranges. He was interested in water efficiency, and so he tinkered in the shed, and he finally came up with a product that was unique and satisfied his needs. It was an impact arm sprinkler.
My father and Orton were boyhood friends. My father and mother, in combination, decided they could commercialize this invention of Orton Engelhart.
They signed an agreement wherein Clem would take the product and whatever tooling that Orton had and start marketing it.
My father was really a good salesperson. He loved people, and he went out to the Los Angeles Country Club and tried to interest the green superintendent, and was informed that the water pressures were very high there, and that sprinkler of my dad's, his water system would simply blow to you-know-where. And my father said, well, let's give it a try. Typically at that time, the sprinklers that existed whirled. And so if you had to go in and touch the sprinkler, get near it to turn it on or off, you got wet. With the Rainbird sprinkler, it moved slowly around its arc, and they could go in, turn it off, and not get wet in the process. And the fact that it didn't blow up and that the maintenance people liked it, he sold a few sprinklers.
He talked his dad into letting him use the upper part of the family barn as a factory. He had no money, so he had to go and get enough of the materials that were required to build a few products, and then he would go out and sell them, and he couldn't make the next batch until he got paid by the customer he sold them to. Clem was doing the selling, and Mary Elizabeth, Betty LaFetra, was doing all of the clerical stuff, the invoicing and that sort of thing.
The business was much of what was discussed around meals. I've heard about the business and participated in discussions since probably before I could spell the word.
They had a product that nobody had heard of that they were trying to sell in a market that really wasn't ready for it. The combination of the two of them is really what made this company happen. Clem Ledfetre died in 1963, and so there was a period for about 15 years where Betty Ledfetre was running the company by herself. I don't think there was any woman that I can think of in any organization that had the kind of responsibility she did. She was before her times. Most everybody that she would come in contact with in her leadership was male, and so it gave her a great advantage. She was able to use her femininity to deal with men who didn't know how to handle her. And yet she was not overpowering. She just knew how to win gracefully and with charm. She really was in control of this company. And then she retired and Tony Ledfetre became president.
I worked part-time each summer when I was in high school in a foundry that we operated at the time, on the assembly line. Very difficult work. One of my jobs was putting nozzles in sprinklers. I would make these sprinklers for 8 hours a day, and they'd go down this assembly line. I was a little more sort of technically oriented, I guess. So I appreciated what my father could do and his charm, but I was really more interested in how things worked, why they worked, what could be improved. Our job was to use water as effectively as we could, whether it be for agriculture or for landscape.
We were able to ride the wave, create a company that was important to the world.
Our task was to apply water to plants when the skies didn't.
Since 1933, Rainbird Corporation has been the leading manufacturer and provider of irrigation products and services. Since its beginnings, Rainbird has offered the industry's broadest range of irrigation products for farms, golf courses, sports arenas, commercial developments, and homes in more than 130 countries around the world. Rainbird has been awarded more than 450 patents worldwide, including the first in 1935 for the original horizontal action impact drive sprinkler, which revolutionized the food production industry and ushered in a new era in irrigation worldwide. Today, Rainbird offers over 4,000 irrigation products and services.
We've got smart controllers with attached weather stations that will change the water schedule at your house depending on what's going on. We've got spray nozzles that are more efficient.
Our customers choose Rainbird products because of the quality and because of our long-standing tradition of providing great quality.
One brand, one company, and you can have an entire irrigation system complete.
That Rainbird logo has been around for a very long time. Customers understand what Rainbird is about, and it's about consistency and quality.
Applying water to plants when they need it in the most water-efficient manner is what this company is about.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, before the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda, blessed with fertile land, abundant water resources, and over 6 hours of daily sunshine, holds immense potential. However, many women and children still trek long distances to access clean water. Unpredictable weather disrupts rain-fed agriculture, exacerbating hunger, poverty, and limited access to essential water and energy resources. Tackling these challenges is key to unlocking Uganda's true potential and transforming lives of its people. There's a company committed to solving Uganda's water, irrigation, and energy needs. Guided by a vision of becoming an international benchmark for water and energy solutions in African communities, Springtech, your perfect partner for water and energy solutions in African communities. We specialize in innovative solutions that enhance livelihoods in Uganda's homes, farms, industries, and communities. We design and install irrigation, water pumping, solar, boreholes, and generator solutions.
We started with using engine-powered pumps. You have to have fuel, which fuel you have to keep in the house. Sometimes if not well kept in, it will burn. But this time we've come up with solar solutions, where you can just pump whatever amount of water, be it from the single pump to a big pump using one panel. And this we have all innovated through the last 8 years.
At Springtech, we recognize that water isn't just a resource, but the essence of life itself. When nature falls short of providing sufficient water, our advanced irrigation systems step in to make a difference. Our modern irrigation solutions are designed to maximize water efficiency and enhance crop yield. We help farmers enhance productivity and ensure food security. Whether you're managing a large-scale farm or a small garden, our customized irrigation solutions cater to your unique requirements. We partner with the world's leading manufacturers to provide quality solutions for all your needs.
At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers.
Guided by the intelligent use of water, we ensure that every drop is used to its fullest potential for plant growth.
It came in at the right time before we would lose our fruit due to strong drought. So we were assisted greatly by this irrigation.
Our solar-powered water pumping solutions ensure water is accessible everywhere, even in the most remote location. From home to communities, farms to industries, schools to hospitals, our solar-powered pumping systems are transforming how Uganda powers its future, providing reliable, renewable energy, reducing dependence on the grid, fossil fuels, and other associated costs.
Saba Yusuf had an issue of water. Yes, he has a water source, but how to deliver water to the gardens and to his animals, it was a challenge. So he approached Springtech, and we were able to help him with a solar-powered system. It has a capacity of filling his big reservoir of 200 cubics within 5 to 7 hours.
Access to clean water is essential. Springtech has expertise in borehole pumps for small and large-scale applications. Utilization of underground water resources is made possible with Springtech borehole solution.
We are located in different locations in Uganda. We have basically over 4 branches now. By this, we want to make sure we reach all parts of Uganda. We are making it easier for our customers to access us in the different regions of Uganda.
At Springtech, flawless project execution is always the goal. We implement projects aimed at bringing water and energy to communities that really need them.
We aim at executing projects flawlessly, delivering the projects in time and on budget. We shall deliver within the required standards and quality that you require. So every project you have installed in any community makes the ladies, the children to walk less distance in search of water. And the good thing about irrigation is it introduces the third season. The third season enables you to grow crops at the time when people are not growing. So in doing so, when you produce at a time of scarcity, you get a better price, you earn more.
Through our vibrant corporate social responsibility campaigns, we actively give back and make a positive impact. Springtech, your perfect partner.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Uganda's irrigation sector is evolving, driven by the need to enhance agricultural productivity and cope with climate change. While agriculture is a cornerstone to Uganda's economy, it heavily depends on rainfall, which is becoming increasingly unreliable. As a result, about 67% of the country requires irrigation to supplement rainfall during certain seasons. At Rainbird International, we are proud to partner with Springtech Limited, our authorized distributor in Uganda. The collaboration strengthened our mission to deliver high-quality, water-efficient irrigation solutions across the country. Through this partnership, we bring advanced irrigation technologies much closer to Ugandan farmers, landscapers, and urban developers, ensuring sustainable water management and better crop yields.
Long before the arrival of the crowd, or the coin toss, before the spotlights, highlights, and celebrations that last a lifetime, something else is underway. Because along with the athletes, fans, trophies, and autographs comes deliberate planning, meticulous care, and a deep sense of pride. The kind only sports turf professionals understand, and the kind it demands to make every moment in community parks, amateur fields, and renowned sports venues around the world beautiful. That's why Rainbird is committed to putting only the best into our sports irrigation solutions. Leading technology, performance, durability, and unrivaled support. Driven by a higher standard, Our game plan is simple. Empower turf pros to create the ultimate experience for athletes and fans. One product, solution, and partnership at a time. After all, we know where some of those spotlights belong.
Morton Englehart was a farmer, a guy who just loved to tinker. He had a shop. I say a shop, it was really just kind of a little shed, but he had the capability to mold metal and pound parts and things like that. They were ranchers, they were growing oranges. He was interested in water efficiency, and so he tinkered in the shed, and he finally came up with a product that was unique and satisfied his needs. It was an impact arm sprinkler.
My father and Orton were boyhood friends. My father and mother, in combination, decided they could commercialize this invention of Orton Englehart.
They signed an agreement wherein Clem would take the product and whatever tooling that Orton had and start marketing it.
My father was really a good salesperson. He loved people, and he went out to the Los Angeles Country Club and tried to interest the green superintendent, and was informed that the water pressures were very high there, and that sprinkler of my dad's, his water system would simply blow to you-know-where. And my father said, well, let's give it a try. Typically at that time, the sprinklers that existed whirled. And so if you had to go in and touch the sprinkler, get near it to turn it on or off, you got wet. With the Rainbird sprinkler, it moved slowly around its arc, and they could go in, turn it off, and not get wet in the process. And the fact that it didn't blow up and that the maintenance people liked it, he sold a few sprinklers.
He talked his dad into letting him use the upper part of the family barn as a factory. He had no money, so he had to go and get enough of the materials that were required to build a few products, and then he would go out and sell them, and he couldn't make the next batch until he got paid by the customer he sold them to. Clem was doing the selling, and Mary Elizabeth, Betty LaFetra, was doing all of the clerical stuff, the invoicing and that sort of thing.
The business was much of what was discussed around meals. I've heard about the business and participated in discussions since probably before I could spell the word.
They had a product that nobody had heard of that they were trying to sell in a market that really wasn't ready for it. The combination of the two of them is really what made this company happen. Clem LaFetra died in 1963, and so there was a period for about 15 years where Betty LaFetra was running the company by herself. I don't think there was any woman that I can think of in any organization that had the kind of responsibility she did. She was before her times. Most everybody that she would come in contact with in her leadership.
Let me have your attention,
so
please.
It gave her a great advantage.
Can I have your attention, please? We are edging to the last segment.
And yet she was not overpowering. She just knew how to win gracefully.
We are edging to the last segment, which will not take us time. We'll only use 5 minutes so that we can allow people to sort of beat the traffic as they go back home. We have people who traveled from sites across the country and offices, so we'd allow them to go back home. Plus the Rainbird team, which arrived late in the night, and they haven't had time to sleep. But they are here up to 5:30, up to 6. This session will be interactive. We'll give some awards to our panelists who have done a tremendous job. And everyone who attended will get an e-certificate from Rainbird. I hope you have captured your emails correctly. By the end of today or tomorrow, you'll have your certificate of attendance. And we look forward to engaging you even much more after here. Our engineers will share the contacts on the emails. If you need to have drawings, designs, any questions regarding the product, or you want to visit our showroom in industrial area and the branches, will be able to 100% fully support. So for those who are outside, if they can come in, we have this session, then we'll move out for the exhibition. You can be interacting with the Rainbird team regarding the products. For some of you, I know we didn't get a chance to hear from the agriculture section with Hamza and the team. We'll have a session outside, and then we can network between us and discuss more in the networking session. We'll have some teas and bites behind, so don't move so quick. We'll still have some coffee, which is irrigated by Ugandans, isn't it? We shall have some coffee. Hang around, don't be in a rush to go. Let's. We have also another automated demo there where they will show you how pumps operate by just clicking your phone, and the system will start. They will show you the graphs. So whatever Fadi was talking about, it's just right there. There's a gentleman called Edward, Engineer Edward, who will be able to take you through. So we are on the last session of awarding, of giving panelists some special, can I call them special? Sheila, you. They are special. So I'll start with the first panelist. I'll invite Fadi and another agriculture member from Rainbird to come and give these gifts to our panelists. If you can quickly step, Hamza and Fadi. I didn't get a chance to introduce Omar. Omar, maybe, Omar, you can stand up quickly. He has been a distributor of Rainbird in Oman for the last 20 years. He has worked with Rainbird for the last 20 years in Oman. Oman is a special country where there is no rain, isn't it? Yeah. There's no rain. It's a desert. Okay. 43 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so he has been implementing a lot of projects in Oman, and we look forward to having you in East Africa, in our neighboring Kenya. Thank you. So we'll start with the charity from Anointed Landscapers. Just step to the front and receive the special award from. Yeah, I think you can just come. Maybe we can go down. Don't forget, we'll have a special session of photos. Thank you, Charity. Pamela Akora from Uganda Arctic Society. Is she around? Yeah, she is. In policy and greening. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation. Thank you, Pamela. As Aloysius Mubanjizi from Nexus Green, Head of Design. He has designed most projects irrigation. Notably, he has done laser irrigation, which we are implementing. He has done laser irrigation in Nexus Green. Thank you so much. Engineer Musimenta, I don't see him around. Probably Aloysius will get it. And Orlando Allen from MAIF, Ministry of Agriculture. Orlando Allen, you can step forward. I'm told now he's a registered engineer with Uganda Registration Board. Philesian Tumulami from Springtech, the head of irrigation at Springtech. Step forward. We have the first guest. We are going to give the first guest. He came yesterday and he slept around for this function. John R. From Rio Contractors and Suma. He's MEP on the Hoima Stadium project. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you. Yes. Over 20 years experience in infrastructure and design. From Springtech, we have Peterson Abaho, mechanical engineer and champion of projects. Yeah. I don't know why my name appears on the list. Yeah. Another one that appears on the list is Fadi Abu from Rainbird. Interesting. This is my. Yeah. Thank you, our panelists. And at this time, we shall have a photo session and a closing prayer, and then we'll network at leisure. I don't know if we have. We had somebody else. I think we have one more award to give. Duncan Chiinji. I see as engineer Duncan. You can come and receive your award. Engineer Duncan Chiinji holds a master's in irrigation from university in Italy, and he's been a consultant in the space for a long time, for over 15 years. Yeah, Duncan, you can get your award. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll have a group photo, and then we'll depart at leisure after the closing prayer. I don't know who can give us a closing prayer. Fadi, you want to give us a closing prayer? What? You can pray in Arabic. Yeah, I can pray in Arabic. Oh, okay. He'll give us a closing prayer, and then we'll have a photo session.
In Arabic?
Yes.
You need it? All in Arabic. No, nothing in English. Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لشريكنا المحلي ولموزعنا المحلي شركة سبرينغتك على ترتيب هذا الحدث المهم جدا. شكر خاص لجافان لكل مجهوداته الموجودة في هذه الدولة، وأنا أتوقع ازدهار مستمر لأوغندا وتحديدا كمبالا، وراح نشوفها قريبا احنا ان شاء الله في مكان اخر بوجودكم طبعا. شكرا. Thank you.
I will appear like I understood, but I'm not going to translate the prayer. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again in the next edition of the Greendrops Summit. Thank you all for coming, honoring our invitations. You receive e-certificates at the end of today or tomorrow. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Let's have a photo session.